Order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain Diane Peterson, if you could please lead us in the pledge. And if you could press the yellow button.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Ms. Zolotel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair.
Move to approve the minutes of the special meeting on August 7th, 2020.
Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay. Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you to the minutes clerk. With that, we're going to take a short break. Apologies, the technical issue that we're dealing with. All right, apologies for that delay. We're going to go ahead and move on to the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank the many people who have reached out with kind wishes for my speedy recovery. I'm doing well and feeling very lucky that so far my experience with COVID has felt like having a cold, aside from not being able to taste or smell, which is what really tipped me off before I got my positive test result. I had spent time reflecting on the fact that many people who catch this virus end up being hospitalized. I feel myself to be very lucky. You'll notice that members of the administration are participating remotely tonight. We have no reason to believe that anyone else on our team has been exposed to COVID-19, but I've made it clear that municipal staff should work remotely whenever possible, since we know that large gatherings are not safe. The virus, in fact, is so prevalent that at any gathering of 25 people in Anchorage, there's a 70% chance that someone is COVID positive. With 50 people, that probability goes up to 90%. This week we learned that 35,000 doses of a vaccine could arrive within the next week. It's more than we were expecting and should give us all hope. Since March, we've been asked to dramatically change our lives to buy time until a vaccine would let us return to our normal daily lives. We still have several months before a vaccine becomes widely available, but we are getting there. What happens in our community until that time remains highly consequential and up to each of us. Anchorage and the state of Alaska are experiencing extremely high rates of transmission of COVID-19. Weeks of high case counts have prevented students from returning to classrooms, filled hospital ICU beds, and caused a growing number of Anchorage residents to die. At a fatality rate of around 0.5% in Alaska, every day that we see more than 200 new cases translates to a death of an Anchorage resident. For the past 2 weeks, we've seen an average of 278 cases per day. We are now 1 week into the modified hunker down order, which we are hopeful will bring cases down to protect our healthcare capacity, prevent unnecessary deaths, and give our students a real shot at returning to their classrooms safely this winter. The provisions in the order are based on our scientific understanding of how the virus is transmitted. We know that the most dangerous situations are the ones where folks are gathered together in confined indoor spaces, not wearing masks, and spending a prolonged period of time together. That makes indoor service at restaurants more dangerous than a grocery store, for example, because people come together for prolonged periods of time with masks off. We took all of these nuances into account when crafting EO16. Given the delay between spreading the virus, getting sick, getting tested, then getting results, we won't see the full effects of the order reflected in the data for another week or two. But we are hopeful that we're already seeing a plateau in cases. It is absolutely not fair that certain industries naturally involve the factors that help COVID-19 spread. Those businesses and workers are shouldering the brunt of the responsibility of making our communities safer. To do all we can to lessen that burden, we went through all of the remaining funds we have left and came up with $15.4 million to quickly deploy as economic relief. Tonight, the Anchorage Assembly is voting on this economic relief package my team and I put forward, which would provide additional rent and mortgage assistance, extending that program into 2021, grants to businesses most impacted by the emergency order, including hospitality and entertainment businesses, vouchers to cover basic necessities like groceries, gas, and other household needs, and a program to hire restaurants to cook meals for those in need. All of these programs already exist, so with the Assembly approval, we can get these dollars on the street quickly and extend the life of the existing programs. We know that $15.4 million will not meet the need that exists in this community. We're doing our best to provide a short-term lifeline while Congress negotiates a stimulus bill. We're hopeful that could happen as soon as this week. This is an incredibly challenging time. It's hard for families wondering how they'll make their rent payment, for businesses and nonprofits wondering if they'll make it, and for the many in our community who know they are at higher risk of serious illness from this virus, and for those who have had to say goodbye to their loved ones. As the individuals responsible for responding to this crisis, we are forced to make difficult decisions based not only on what we're seeing in front of us, but on what we know will happen should we choose to not act. Looking ahead is our responsibility. Public safety is our responsibility. And we are close, just months away from the day when we get the COVID vaccine ourselves. The actions we take now will ensure more Anchorage residents make it to that day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. So welcome to everyone coming in person and to those watching online. Thanks to those in person for following the COVID-19 protocols we have in place, as well as for following our rules of decorum for the chambers. Last, Heather Ireland should be here. I think she is out in the foyer, and there we go. So if you need anything in the middle of the meeting, please reach out to Heather, and she will be happy to assist you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to committee and liaison reports. I'll start on this side with Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report for the Committee on Homelessness. We will not meet in December. I would also, just as the Communications Subcommittee Chair, like to welcome those who are listening via radio on KRUA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No updates tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Constant.
Thank you. We announced yesterday the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee will not convene again until January.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee is continuing work on possible changes to the marijuana code. And we're also have a subcommittee meeting to look at licensing for shelters, homeless shelters, and transient housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Zalatel and I co-chair the Assembly Health Policy Committee, which met last Wednesday, December 2nd, and we had an update from Director Heather Harris of the Health Department in which she discussed a number of things, including the vaccine distribution program, and the details are still being worked out. We also had a good discussion led by Dr. Janet Johnston with the Health Department on the COVID-19 dashboard metrics and data that the city uses. And we actually ran out of time and had other member questions we couldn't get to, and there were some suggestions too in the data presentation, so we may consider having another meeting or work session to go through the rest of the data and address some of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on next. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to go ahead and do our laid on the table items. So we have two items. One is the supplemental, and then one is a laid on the table item. So first, I'll just read this one into the record, but we don't need to take any action. This is AR number 2020-425. This is an S version. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Michelle Brown for her devoted service to the community. Just made one correction to this. Then the next version, which we will need to vote to lay this item on the table, it is an unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging Congress to pass and approve urgently needed COVID-19 relief funding. I will need a motion to lay this one on the table.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll speak to it really quickly.
Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, apologies to the body for not getting this one to everyone sooner, but this one is timely in that our next meeting is December 22nd, and so between now and then, Congress will be making their decision, so it's timely for us to get this passed and sent to Congress, to our congressional delegation. Thank you. All right, with that, members may proceed to vote to lay this on the table. If this is laid on the table, it will be item 10A5.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 9-0, so that item is laid on the table. All right, that completes our laid on the table procedure. So next we're going to move on to addendum to the, yes, Ms. Allard?
Yes, thank you. So I actually have an addendum or an amendment to this. Dean was working on it. When would you like that to be up and presented, please?
Sure. So when we get to our consent items, you'll have an opportunity to pull items that you want. So at that point, I would pull that item, and then once we get to it, you can present your amendment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to addendum to the agenda, Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Is there any opposition to the motion?
Quick question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Since we have this new process for laying items...
If you could speak closer to the mic, Mr. Constant.
Since we have this new procedure for laying items on the table, are those items after they're laid on the table just part of the addendum? Because the motion wasn't to approve.
Thanks. Yeah, I will clarify with the mover. So just to clarify, was this a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And does the second agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, those motions are incorporated. Mr. Peterson, just want to confirm, are you with us? If you're trying to speak, Mr. Peterson, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'll be damned.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and keep going on in our agenda. All right, so next we have appearance requests and initial audience participation. So we have a few appearance requests. First, we have Bree Bourdreau, I believe we will be calling in. Or, okay, great. Welcome. It's the yellow light to turn it on, yellow button. You can take it off, yeah.
All right. First off, I want to say that the acting mayor is illegal. Allard even read the law to you, and you guys ignored it and voted her in. So I was wondering why. Second off, okay, you all were put into a position with great responsibility in your oath of office, which states, I solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of Alaska and the United States. I will faithfully perform the duties of an Anchorage Assembly member to the best of my ability. So I was wondering, if you're going to defend the Constitution, why aren't you asking where it is? We're not under it right now. Who had the right to take it out? Why are we under FEMA? If you're going to defend the Constitution, that means where's the questions? Where's our Constitution? Because we lost all of our rights. And did you know Dr. Fauci created the AIDS pandemic, which he's creating this one too? It's all over the internet. And you guys are destroying Alaska under a fake fraud. I just wanted you to know that you're responsible for selling us out to whoever that is.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Barter. Yes, Mr. Constant?
Please speak to the decorum of the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So as I stated earlier, rules for decorum in the chamber do state that we should avoid disruptions, including clapping. So if we could please avoid clapping in between speakers, that would help move this forward. So Lori Barter, please. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Hi, this is Laurie. Hello?
Excuse me. Hi, Ms. Barter. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on appearance requests. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Laurie Barter. I'm seeking clarification from the Anchorage Assembly regarding access to the south easement of Campbell Lake off of 100th Avenue. As you know, the municipality and State Department of Natural Resources made a joint statement which stated Campbell Lake is in fact public. However, there are many unanswered questions regarding the south easement. Here are my questions. Are there currently any restrictions for the public to access the south easement? Does the municipality have funding allocated to design a pathway so residents in the surrounding neighborhoods of Resolution Point and Bayshore may have foot access? If there is not current funding, are there plans to allocate funds for a design in the near future? And if there are not future plans to allocate funds for this project, may individuals in the surrounding neighborhoods create a path for recreational activity this winter on Campbell Lake? The south easement is currently overgrown and the adjacent property owners seem very reluctant to allow public access. As an Anchorage taxpayer since 1994 who lives in Resolution Point, which is less than a 5-minute walk from this beautiful public natural resource, I am asking the Anchorage Assembly to create a design plan for foot access to the south easement of Campbell Lake. This design would create a clear perimeter and would reassure the public that we are within our legal rights to utilize this easement to access Campbell Lake. Thank you for allowing me to testify today in order to gain clarification regarding access to the south easement of Campbell Lake, and I look forward to hearing your solution on this issue. I will submit my testimony via email for public record, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. I don't have any questions at this time. Next, we have Kathy Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hernandez. I'm a physician assistant and I work at Providence, Alaska Medical Center. My family and I moved here and we purchased a home in Resolution Point. We enjoy living in Alaska and living in this beautiful neighborhood. We were told at the time of buying our home by a real estate company that Campbell Lake was a public lake with public access points. My boys are 11 and 14 and look forward to paddleboarding in the summer and cross-country skiing in the winter on the lake. However, there is not an easy or well-marked path to access the lake. The South Campbell Lake easement has brush and trees overgrowing the path. It runs between two homes, and it is difficult to determine if you are indeed on the easement or if you're on someone's private property. We live just a quick 3-minute walk to the lake, yet we are not able to enjoy it. When we walked the easements in the past, we felt like we were trespassing because there are no clear markings. I'm asking that the Assembly members design a plan to clear the easement so that it is easily accessible. It needs to be clearly marked and safe for the public to access the lake. if the Assembly is not planning on moving forward with this project, then would it be possible for homeowners in the area to clear the easement and create a well-marked path to Campbell Lake? Thank you in advance for answering my questions and looking into this topic. I will also submit my testimony via email for public record. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for you. Before I get to that, though, just want to, for the folks on the bridge line, if you could please mute yourselves, that would be helpful. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Actually, I am going to make a motion to commit this question to the Community and Economic Development Committee. It's the series of questions submitted by the first testifier and an answer of the question of what is the municipality's plan for addressing access to Campbell Lake. If I could get a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. And the purpose of this is to just take formally the question.
Mr. Constant, if you could repeat the motion, please.
Yeah, it's a motion to commit the question to the Community and Economic Development Committee. The motion is motion to commit.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Constant. You can speak to it.
And so I would ask the body to support this motion. I know that sometimes we are less formal about it, but the community has been making some very clear communication to us that they need some clarity. And so the purpose of doing this is to ensure that it is an official action of the body. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support this motion, but before that, I would like to see if we can get a comment from the administration, because these questions have definitely been out there floating around for a little while, and I would just like a little bit more information about kind of where we think the status is of that access question from the municipality's perspective at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Who from the administration would like to speak to it?
This is Kate Vogel. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit soft, Ms. Vogel.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. Yes, so the municipality issued a statement last year stating that there is public access to the lake. That in other words, that there are easements that go to the lake and that the lake itself is public, and that was a joint statement with the state of Alaska. We stand by what we wrote in that statement. We are aware of some access challenges and believe some of those are political questions about the will to develop additional access, but that those questions need to be done in concert with the state of Alaska, because even the south easement, which we have a part of, turns into a state easement. So we need the cooperation of the Department of Natural Resources.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question in all this then would be, what would be the real goal of looking at this from the CEDC committee's perspective? What question are we trying to answer? And how would we even begin to kind of move forward as a committee when obviously a lot of this does rest on the authority and jurisdiction of the state as well? So maybe Mr. Constant might already have a thought and clarification on that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Listed in the communication from the previous testifier are a series of questions, one of them in 4 parts. Are there any current restrictions to access to the south, and I would add the north easement? Does the municipality have funding to create a pathway? If there is funding, is there a plan? If there's not a plan, let's make a plan. If there is not funding, can we find a way to fund it? And ultimately, if there's no intention, can the neighbors take on the question of establishing access? And so it's really an opportunity for the committee to pull together all of those questions, to meet with the HOA, to meet with the municipal legal department, the neighbors, and the interested parties, and come up with a statement of policy from the committee recommended to the body for us to proceed forward in a concerted and active manner.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. This question would be to the administration. Ms. Vogel, I've been watching the grumbling going on and people aren't able to have access, and I think this is where this testimony is coming from. When there are community members that are prohibiting others who may not live on the lake to access that lake, what can the community do to still use that lake and have access, even though we haven't done what Mr. Constant is recommending at this time?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard. So understanding sort of where the legal access is and the statement of legal access, I think, does help matters. Obviously, I think additional community relations would be useful in terms of correcting and getting Lake Association members on the same page and understanding what the legal rights are. I am aware of a legal challenge being brought by some, or being contemplated at least by some owners on Campbell Lake, and that's litigation that's directed, or at least the letter so far has been directed towards the state, and it does involve state access issues and state public water rights issues. So I understand that people maybe have a disagreement about the legal position of the water, but I guess one of the things that we can do is reaffirm the statement of last year, which I'm doing here and which the state has recently done. So even after hearing the legal challenges that have been posed, both the state and the municipalities' legal departments agree that this is a public lake and that there is public access. But in terms of having folks feel more comfortable about accessing it, I think one of the things that we heard from the speaker is a more defined path, or possibly, I've heard some other people suggesting different access might be solutions that make the situation more comfortable for everyone. So I would just sort of highlight, right now there is a difference of opinion between some owners of lake property and the state and municipalities' legal departments regarding whether this is public. And again, our position is that it is public, and there is the sort of fact that the access is not a developed path.
Thank you, Mrs. Vogel.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to commit this question to the Community and Economic Development Committee.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I vote yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Was that a yes, Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion is approved 10-0, so that question will be before the Community and Economic Development Committee. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. So that completes our appearance requests. So we're going to move on to initial audience participation. So for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, or those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. And last, just for the record, we have until 6 p.m. for initial audience participation. Those who don't make it by that time, welcome to join us at final audience participation. With that, welcome, sir.
My name is James Wojciechowski, W-O-J-C-I-E-H-O-W-S-K-I, and I live on the East Hillside, represented by Dunbar and Peterson. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Alaska as a physician assistant. My wife and I came to Alaska in 1989 as traveling nurses after 10 years on the road working in 31 hospitals in 14 states. My wife has worked as an RN in every emergency room in Anchorage. On March 30th, the models predicted we would have 7,800 hospitalizations with 5,800 deaths within 3 months in Anchorage and Matsu. According to the model, 75% of those hospitalized with COVID were going to die. The reality is that in 8 months since that model prediction, Anchorage has had 576 hospitalizations with 82 deaths. The current narrative is about not overwhelming the healthcare system. Long before COVID, ICU beds were full, critical patients were held in the ER, and eventually administration would put the ER temporarily on divert. Being a business, hospitals hate going on divert. We are told the Muni has emergency capacity overflow preparedness, and that's a great plan. As far as medical staffing capacity is concerned, giving bonuses to attract traveling nurses is common practice. If hospitals offered a $50,000 bonus at the end of a 13-week assignment, they would have all the critical care ER nurses they require. Unfortunately, the same hospitals forced to lay off employees earlier this year due to restrictions on medical procedures also suffered abnormally low occupancy rates throughout the year. They likely are unable to pay that attractive bonus. For comparison, CARES money spent on trails, $4.5 million would cover the bonus for 90 nurses. The $22 million vagrant housing shell game would have supplied 440 nurses. I always discuss with my patients risk versus benefit regarding medical decisions. Let's apply that to the shutdown mandate. Do nothing, and the numbers of positives may increase. Shut down, and you may delay the spread of positive cases temporarily, but what's the risk of the shutdown? Increased unemployment and business closures. Our children's education degraded even further below the present fourth worst in the nation. Increased unreported domestic violence and child abuse, increased substance abuse, suicidality, and mental health crisis intervention. In closing, the acting mayor and the assembly should stop trying to be helicopter parents for everybody in Anchorage and focus on funding healthcare capacity rather than projects that have nothing to do with COVID-19. Don't destroy our economy and community with paternalistic, one-size-fits-all mandates. The CDC statistics on COVID-19 mortality are not ambiguous. Give us the facts, give us your recommendations, then realize we are adults and the vast majority of us know how to make informed decisions based on our personal and family risk analysis. The risk of your plan far outweighs the benefits.
I have a question for you, sir, from Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Jim, I have a question for you. I'm over here. Are you licensed right now in the state of Alaska, or are you guys not?
No, I'm licensed.
You are licensed?
Yeah.
Have you requested or asked to help out with the hospitals?
No, I have not.
Have you heard of individuals that have been told that they aren't being called, even though they want to be? Have they been laid off or anything? Do you know?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I do know that friends of mine we're still networked with a lot of traveling nurses. And the word on the street is that we're just not paying up here.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hill. And over the past few months, we've heard of a lot of disgruntled, upset, angry people. But I also want to point out that possibly that you haven't realized throughout this heartfelt testimony and expert witnesses that have testified before you, that all of this is being done in love. Love for each other. And God's love, the perfect love. I would hope that you'd open your hearts and your minds to all the testimony you've heard the last few months. That's not how you've been acting, but it's not over. You are continuing to suppress and actually even persecute people, and people are dying. So I ask that you reconsider your positions and look broader. And I want to thank the people of Anchorage. I have, through this effort to save our city, I have met many wonderful people that share the same thoughts and fears of what you guys what you have been imposing upon Anchorage. And also I want to offer hope. The thing of it is when we had that horrible earthquake, I live in a 2-story building. I was upstairs. It was so violent where I was at. The toilet actually came off the floor and landed sideways. I was terrified as my kitchen cupboards were opening up and glass was flying and breaking. Furniture was falling. And I couldn't believe how long it was. And I thought to myself, people are going to die. People are going to die. I've been through many earthquakes, but people are going to die. And then I thought, God is greater and more powerful than all of this. And I say to you, Anchorage, it's true. God is more powerful. I don't know what the outcome is going to be here, but we do not despair. Please do not despair, Anchorage. We'll pull together. I don't know what the outcomes are going to be. There's many people that are working to help save our city. Be resolute. Do not give up, but do not despair. Show the tenderness and kindness of God's love towards us through every individual that you meet that may need help in any way you can. And if anyone does need help, please contact me.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tim Rooney, and I would like to share a Facebook post with you from October. Around 1985, I was working the night shift at Cars Huffman. I just bought my first condo and was definitely living paycheck to paycheck. I remember driving by a strip mall on Huffman, and I saw a business sign for a small pizza restaurant. When I went inside, I was greeted by a man with jeans, a t-shirt, a flower-covered apron, and a big smile. That man was Pete Peterson. After a brief conversation, I learned that Pete was the owner, dishwasher, cook, and delivery agent too. I knew I couldn't afford to support Pete's business too often, but I remember thinking, here's a man struggling to build a business and he needs community support. Fast forward to today. That very same man who needed our support for his business is consciously crushing the hopes and dreams of today's restaurant owners who are just asking for the same opportunity that he asked for. These businesses just want the chance to proudly serve their customers and provide for their families. Sadly, this administration and assembly wants us to fear the numbers, fear whatever metrics works for them, and fear the virus. After more than 9 months, it's safe to say that we can respect the numbers, respect the metrics, respect the virus, and safely open Anchorage back up. If given the choice, this administration and assembly have no problem hanging that flower-covered apron on a hook in the back room of an empty restaurant. So I have lived in Anchorage since 1966. So 2 years after the earthquake, Anchorage became my home. I have extremely fond memories of growing up in the city. One of them is standing shoulder to shoulder with the rest of my frozen friends on 4th Avenue watching the finish of the Fur Rendezvous sled dog races. And it was incredible to share the celebration of that event with those people. These are the same people that built back the city after the most devastating event in our state and city history. This assembly, this administration, you guys are our '64 earthquake. The destruction may not be as visible, but the devastation is equally palpable. But you need to know that just as that young boy 50 years ago watched those sled dogs cross that finish line, Anchorage will recover, Anchorage will be strong again, and Anchorage will cross that finish line together in spite of you.
Thank you. Actually, sir, I have a question for you from
Mr. Rooney.
Haller.
Hey, Tim, I'm over here. Tim,
Oh,
I got a question for you. No, it's okay. I got a question for you. Can you stand by your mic, though, so that you can answer it? How many businesses have you been contributing to? What have you been doing to help our businesses? I mean, you're up here telling us we haven't done anything. What have you done for our community?
Well, I have helped Little Dipper Diner with some, and and I'm going to take it on the chin here, but I had them make some sandwiches from your guys' last names. And the first one was 10 Recall Rivera Reuben sandwiches. The next one I did was at Jackie's Place Restaurant, and I paid for the first 15 Curmudgeon Constant croissants. And then in Jitters and Eagle River to provide support for you and the restaurant, I purchased 35 breakfast sandwiches, all-star American sandwiches. Tomorrow, and Pete's not here, tomorrow at Planter's Diner,
we're having members named from the dais.
The first 15
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Customers are going to get a
point of order again,
pesky
Mr. Chair.
Pete
hold on, sir.
Sandwich on me.
Sir, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Constant. Okay.
It's inappropriate naming individuals in that manner. It's against the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ma'am, your microphone is not on. Thank you.
I'm Michelle. I'm a blue-collar worker, and I would like to address Anchorage, Alaska, because I want to point out that we only have 4 of our assembly members here. And I've only been involved in politics for 2 months, and what I've noticed is none of them show up with their butts in their chairs. But yet, I have to show up to work, I have to do my job, and the other thing I'd like to point out is Mr. Constant hasn't been paying attention to anything.
Member of the public is now pointing at me and naming me.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So
he has been not paying attention at all,
Hold on, ma'am. I'm going to pause your time. All right. So, Mr. Constant, was that a point of order that you were raising? Okay, thank you. So, my ruling on that point of order, and just to clarify for the public and for the body. So individuals of the public should only be addressing either the assembly as a body or the chair.
Okay.
If you do, excuse me, sir, I am speaking. So if you do address an individual, it should be done in a respectful manner.
It is in a respectful manner because here's the deal.
Excuse me, ma'am, hold on. It should be done in a respectful manner, and you should not be disrespecting or pointing
so
or
you can disrespect
making
me, but I
allusions.
can't disrespect you?
So that is the ruling, and I appreciate that. I'm going to continue your time. Thank you.
Okay, so the first time I ever showed up here, people were disrespecting me and other people who were testifying but not paying attention. So I just wanted to point out that you guys are destroying Anchorage, and I had other things to say, but the thing that's been shocking to me is how you guys don't pay attention. So I'm sharing my time with this gentleman who has something he wants to say.
My name's Dustin Darden, D-U-S-T-I-N-D-A-R-D-N. The action you just made for Campbell Creek, you guys made a motion to vote for an order. Now I demand you make a vote now to end this executive order. This lady gave me part of her time.
What do you want?
Make that order to end this executive order. Jamie,
All right. So I'm going to end your time, sir. Thank you. Sir. 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 All right, security. If we can go ahead and escort this individual out, please. Thank you. We're going to take a break while security handles this situation. Thank you.
He needs to be removed.
Oh, he's got to be 86th.
Before I continue, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to motion to suspend the rules so that these 2 teenagers can come forward and testify. Their parents don't want them driving late on the road, And I would just like to know if we could do something for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So you made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So the way that I interpret the motion is that we will allow basically 6 minutes of additional testimony, and then we're going to move on in our agenda. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have no objection to the motion, but I just want to speak to the fact that the motion is to suspend the rules. And if this were done in a manner that some members of the public didn't like, they would grasp onto this and say, you're violating the rules, you're violating the Constitution. But what we are in fact doing is enacting the rules by doing this process, and it's a fair use of our procedures. And so I just wanted to clearly state for people to understand that while we are suspending the rules, there are rules to suspend, and we'll do it in order to allow these two to be heard, because that's a valid use of our procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was John. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. And this is on the motion to suspend the rules.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yeah.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0. So again, for the record, we are suspending the rules to allow 2 more individuals to testify, and then after that, we're going to end our initial audience participation, and we're going to move forward on our agenda. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Sarah Price, and I am a student from Eagle River High School. I am delighted about the progress we have seen with the plan to reopen our schools for K through 6th grade students. But let me be clear. The claim that we are reopening our schools is false, as half of our students have been cast aside for 4 more months. This means that for 20,000 children in your community, they will have no other option but to continue with virtual school, which devastates academics, depletes mental health, discriminates against those who do not have support or do not learn the same as us, and it is a program which has been deemed a failure. Why, when we have determined that this is not a healthy and safe learning environment, we have accepted that reality for our secondary students? As the leaders of Anchorage, you cannot be silent and leave the children of this community to suffer. It may not be your specific responsibility to educate us, but it is your responsibility to keep us safe. Forcing students to stare at computers from the moment they wake up to the moment they fall asleep is not safe. Hindering an entire generation from social-emotional learning is not safe. And keeping adolescents in isolation when they live in the state with the highest suicide rate is not safe. Saying that you want us to return is one thing, but advocating and creating action for those who do not yet have a voice in this community is what matters. As I stated last night on the joint meeting, thousands of our high school seniors are about to become independent citizens in this society, and you will choose what state they join in. As members of this governing body, you must ask yourselves, will you allow the quality of our education to sink further into 50th in this nation? Will you allow the gap in education to be defined by who has money to pay for the private schools which are open? And will you follow the science and prioritize safety, or will you allow fear to decide the future of thousands of students? This body must come together and stand up and protect our most valuable assets, our children. You must listen to the science, which concludes that schools are safe, and you must be firm in your position to the Anchorage School District that all of our students deserve a safe place where they can obtain a quality education. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once posed, how much of human life is lost in waiting? The answer to that question will be decided by this assembly. So I hope your actions correlate with what you know is right, so you can look back at this moment and live with your decisions. And I would just like to thank you all for your time and for allowing us to have a little bit more testimony, but I think you should hold everyone's voices in this audience to an equal appreciation, and even the school board guarantees 20 community members to speak at their meetings. Why can't the Anchorage Assembly do that? Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Good evening, Anchorage Assembly. My name is Ethan Jennings, and I'm a current resident and high school student in Anchorage. While again, Anchorage is under an emergency mandate, the students in this city continue to suffer and struggle with online school. This assembly has failed to advocate for the return of in-person school across the district, despite wide community support and scientific evidence showing that this is safe. With the ASD's new plan for returning students to school, high school students will not be allowed to return until the final quarter. This is not only going to harm students mentally, but academically. With already some of the lowest test scores in the nation, high school students in this community are continuously being put at a disadvantage compared to students in the lower 48. This offers even more reason as to why you as members of this assembly must put aside political views and support the students in this city. For myself, this is my senior year, and our education system has failed me to provide an adequate education. However, this is not the fault of my teachers. They have done everything in their power to be supportive and helpful in this atrocious display of a failed group of bureaucrats. As a student, I can say it is much easier to achieve better grades online. However, that does not come with the attainment of actual information, as the amount of knowledge I've obtained, it is little to none. Because of this disappointment, I'm here to ask you to advocate for your students and push for the reopening of all schools. As I said in the most recent school board meeting, FDR once said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." It is crucial that you as leaders of this city do not allow fear to control the decisions you make. Fear is something that results in cowardice, and cowardice results in failure. With the posterity of children in this city at stake, you cannot sit silently while you fail the students of this city. So it is time for action, not cowardice. I would like to share an excerpt by Chief Justice Warren in the Supreme Court case, Brown versus the Topeka Board of Education. Quote, "Today, education is perhaps the most important function of state and local governments. Compulsory school attendance laws and great expenditures for education both demonstrate our recognition of the importance of education to our democratic society. It is acquired in the performance of our most basic public responsibilities, even service in the armed forces. It is the very foundation of good citizenship. Today, it is a principal instrument in awakening the child to cultural values, in preparing him for later professional training, and in helping him to adjust normally to his environment. In these days, it is doubtful that any child may be reasonably expected to succeed in life if he is denied the opportunity of an education. Such an opportunity, where the state has undertaken to provide it, it is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms." Thank you for your time.
Thank you for participating. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. So for folks who are in line, you will have an opportunity to speak during our final audience participation. Okay, so now consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial.
Mr. Chair, quick point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I heard someone ask if they could sign up on a list to be heard.
Oh, sure.
In
Yeah,
the priority order.
We can go ahead and do that. So we will go ahead, if folks can line up here, we will have a priority list for folks. If you can also let us know if you want to be on the phone or in person. Either way, we can accommodate you.
I sent an email to give testimony by phone, and it was bounced. I got no reply, and there was no response. And so I came in person. I have to get back to my kids now. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
Yeah, sir, you can sign up if you would like, and then we will call you when we get to final audience participation. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. So consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items, such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So let's go ahead and go down the dais, see which items folks have to pull. We'll start on this side with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to pull resolution of, I don't see numbers on it, so it's the laid on the table for the Congress to pass.
Sure.
Thank you. And also, let me go through here. I have quite a few. 10.B.1. And I'm going to go 10D3, 10E1, 10E2, 10E3, 10E6, 10G4, 10G6, 10G7. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pull item 10A3 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Good evening, Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you called Ms. Kennedy. So.
I did, yes.
Thank you. Okay. 10A1 for reading. 10D5. 10D8. And 10F, sorry, yeah, 10F5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and did somebody already call 10E10?
No.
10E10, please.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you.
10A4.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
So I don't know if anyone's called 10A1 or 10A2, or if we're not in 10A2, somebody stuck 10A1, but no note on it on my desk. So am I supposed to pull that one?
It has been pulled.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
My items have already been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
I believe my items was pulled, but just to make sure, because I couldn't quite hear Mr. Constant, 10A2 and 10 Echo 10. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go through the list. So I have 10A, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have 10B, 3. I have 10D, 1, 3, 5, and 8. I have 10E, 1, 2, 3, 6, and 10. I have 10F5 and 10G, 4, 6, and 7. Are there any other items?
Chair?
Yes, Ms.
I
Allard?
apologize. Yes, can I have 10F8 and 10B, please?
10B, which one?
On the addendum to the agenda. Oh, well, there's resolution for action, other resolution, AR 2020-442, Mayor's Proclamation Emergency.
Got it. Thank you. All right, hearing no other items, Mr. Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
With the exception of the pulled items?
With the exception of the pulled items. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is there any opposition? Okay. So that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So let's go ahead and go through each of these items.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Reorder.
Yeah,
I'd like to move to reorder the agenda to take up 15A, AO 20, or AR 2020-426 now.
Second.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so that is a motion to take that up after we are done with the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll do it after the consent agenda.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on that motion? So just to clarify, this is a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 15A after the consent agenda. So once we're done with all of the consent agenda items, this would be the first item we take up. Is there any opposition to the motion? If members on the phone, if you please make sure that you are on mute, please. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
For the maker of the motion, so I apologize. I have to go back and look at the addendum items. I would think that item 11A would be our top priority tonight, and I'm wondering if we could take up 15A after 11A, or are they related?
15A and 11A are not related. For my part, there may be difference of opinion on the level of importance for item 11A.
Oh, I apologize. I was misreading the item. I was trying to make sure that we took up the. No, you're correct. 15A is the item I want to take up first. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition? Seeing none, then that motion is approved. So after we're done with the consent agenda items and after we take our break, the item will come back as item 15A. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to go ahead and make your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. And I want to move also to change the order of the day to put item, let me find it here, sorry, 10F5 after 10A5.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So, yeah, just to clarify, so this would be to move item 10F5 in our consent agenda and consider that one after we finish all of the recognition resolutions?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, hearing none, then we'll go ahead and take up item 10F5 after we complete our recognition resolutions. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and get started with item 10A1, resolution number AR 2020-415, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the Alaska Police and Fire Chaplains for their dedicated and selfless service to our first responders and the public. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any opposition? Okay, hearing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe I'm reading.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the Alaska Police and Fire Chaplains for their dedicated and selfless service to our first responders and the public. Whereas for 40 years, the Alaska Police and Fire Chaplains have provided support to police and fire department personnel, the municipality of Anchorage, and the public, and whereas chaplains are highly trained, are accredited by international credentialing agencies, and are trained in responding to high stress and even dangerous situations involving first responders, and whereas chaplains are trained in specialized recognition ceremonies and line-of-duty memorial services, observing protocols while upholding the dignity of the event with compassion and professionalism, and whereas chaplains and the chaplain canine provide critical emotional and spiritual support to our first responders who have identified the support provided by the chaplains as being critical to their emotional well-being, and whereas chaplains provide service and support to municipality of Anchorage and statewide first responders on a volunteer basis without regard to belief, race, religion, or economic status, desiring only to serve our first responders and the public in their time of greatest need. And whereas for 40 years, the municipality of Anchorage, our first responders, and the public have benefited from the 24/7, 365 days a year service of these extraordinary, committed volunteer chaplains. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that from here onward, June 20th shall be observed as Alaska Police and Fire Chaplains Day in recognition of the faithful and sacrificial service provided to the municipality of Anchorage by the Alaska Police and Fire Chaplains, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of December, 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Chief Chaplain Diane Peterson. We're very honored tonight, though. We do have the founder of the chaplains here with us, Chaplain McQueen.
Over 40 years ago, I was kind of coached by God to start a program such as what we have today. I had no idea where it would go, how to start it, and God gave me a direction and followed those steps, and for 40 years we've done that. I retired 5 years ago and left the ministry in good hands by appointing Diane Peterson as the executive director, and since that time also built a board and several things that are just out of this world. They're wonderful people helping, and so I'm honored to be here and to see this ministry honored by you all. Thank you very much, and now I'll turn it over to Diane.
So each of you should have got a little goodie pack. That's something we've been doing throughout the community for wellness, and in there is our 40th anniversary coin that we wanted to gift each one of you for your service. And Chaplain McQueen has not received one of those yet, so we'd also like to give a coin to Chaplain McQueen.
Behind your back.
Okay, they did that. But our mission is serving those who serve. And so we serve our police and fire departments at the worst time through death, fatalities, that kind of thing. We come in, support them, and that's how we support the community. And then also we provide mental wellness resources just so that they can continue to do what they do. They go into places that nobody should have to go into, see things that nobody should have to see. So we're grateful for our first responders. And you know, through these crazy times, there's always still hope. Together we can all make a difference, and I want to thank each of you guys for your service as well. What truly is important is the spirit that's within each of us. And as we move forward through these tough times, we can do it together if we use the spirit within us. Thank you for this proclamation, and may you all be well as we journey this life together. Thank you. Good.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A2, resolution number AR 2020-421, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the work of the Municipality of Anchorage's Census Complete Count Commission. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. I believe Ms. Salatel, you're reading this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the work of the Municipality of Anchorage's Census Complete Count Commission. Whereas, as mandated by the Constitution, the U.S. Census Bureau endeavors to count every living person in the United States and U.S. territories to provide critical data that lawmakers, business owners, community initiatives, and consumer advocacy groups, among many others, use to support people and their communities. And whereas the results of the census determine federal funding for hospitals, schools, fire departments, for local public services, and resources to help build roads and infrastructure, to support hospitals and other services. And whereas state legislative districts and local political boundaries are redrawn based off of the data, as well as determining the number of U.S. House of Representative seats each state will have. And whereas during this once-a-decade event, the Census Complete Count Commission worked tirelessly to collect census responses from the citizens of the Municipality of Anchorage so that our community is fully represented. And whereas when Alaskans go uncounted, we all lose out. Responding to the census helps communities get the funding they need for local public services and helps businesses make data-driven decisions that grow the economy.
And whereas in 2010, Alaska had the lowest participation rate in the nation, resulting in loss of federal funding, the Commission and its volunteers encouraged the municipality to participate in 2020 so that Alaskans receive their full share of federal funding for the next 10 years. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly believes that every Alaskan counts and recognizes the Census Complete Count Commission and all those who volunteered so that the municipality of Anchorage and all of Alaska is counted and benefits. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of December, 2020.
I believe we have the co-chairs of the commission on the line. I believe we have Mr. Gabe Lehman and Ms. Sonia Hunt. Who would like to speak?
Mr. Chair,
Gabe would like to go first, and then I can go second.
that sounds great, Sonia. Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you, members of the Assembly. Good evening. My name is Gabe Lehman. I had the privilege of co-chairing the 2020 Complete Count Commission with Ms. Hunt. This is a moment in time during which it feels like we have very little to celebrate. But on behalf of the Complete Count Commission, I am pleased to offer a bit of good news that is, in fact, worth a bit of a celebration. Self-response, when a household responds to the census directly, is absolutely the best way to ensure the accuracy of any community's census count. Across the state and across the nation, many communities observed a drop in self-response in 2020, due largely, but not exclusively, to the effects of the pandemic. But not here. In Anchorage, our self-response rate actually increased from about 64.5% in 2010 to over 68% in 2020. Considering the circumstances in which we were all working and the pressures that our households faced during this time, that's an accomplishment of which we can be proud. This work was really difficult. A network of community leaders came forward to leverage their credibility. They urged friends and neighbors to share the message. Every sector of our economy participated, and numerous unpaid volunteers contributed to the cause. The result here is that Anchorage neighborhoods are now less likely to be undercounted than they were in 2010, and the implications of that matter. By responding to the census, Anchorage residents have helped to ensure that their communities will have an equitable share of federal resources for everything from road infrastructure to public safety to health care. So thank you to the members of the Complete Count Commission who contributed so much of their time. Thank you to the municipal staff, including Shannon Kuhn, who were so critical to these efforts. And thank you to all of you, to our elected officials who prioritized this work, and particularly you, Mr. Chair, for your personal commitment to promote an accurate count here in Anchorage. And with that, if it's the pleasure of the chair, I'll hand it off to Ms. Sonia.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hunt.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sonia Hunt, and it was an honor to co-chair the commission along with Gabriel Lehman, who you just heard from. Thank you, Chair Rivera, along with members of the Assembly, for this recognition. My co-chair has said a lot, and he sums up basically the sentiment, my sentiment. I would also like to mention members of our commission to include Bill Pop, Candace Bell, Carol Gore, Daryl Hess, Katie Bison, Kirsten Schultz, Lori Wolf, Monique Martin, Robin Bronin, Tanya Dumas, Mary J. Torgeson, and Barry D. Severo. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve our community, to ensure data, democracy, and dollars.
Thank you. I have a couple folks in the queue, starting with myself.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to give a huge thanks to the Commission for your hard work over the many months. I know COVID really changed the direction of the Commission, and you all were very nimble and quick in your work, and I really appreciate that. The census has a multi-billion-dollar impact on Alaska and on Anchorage, so your work is so important. For my part, a huge highlight was the op-ed that was done by the Commission, which really talked about the systemic racism ingrained in the census since its inception in 1790. I think that was a really great, well-put op-ed and was really important. So thanks again for all of your work. Next I have Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take this moment to thank those who completed who participated in the Complete Count Commission, but also to underscore the thanks to you, Mr. Chair, for keeping the Assembly apprised of census goings-on throughout the time that it was happening and providing us with information to share with our constituents. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any further discussion. Thank you so much, Gabe and Sonia. All right, we're going to move on. Next item we have is item 10A, resolution number AR 2020-425, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Michelle Brown for her devoted service to the community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition?
Was there an amendment, Mr. Chair?
Oh, there is an S version if that's what you're...
Okay, move to approve the S version.
Yeah, thank you. And does the second...
Second.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to approval? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Dunbar, go ahead.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Michelle Brown for her devoted service to the community. Whereas President and CEO Michelle Brown retired this September after 17 years with the United Way of Anchorage. And whereas since 2003, Michelle Brown has led United Way in an innovative role of both fundraiser and collaborator with dozens of partners across the spectrum of nonprofit work through its annual workplace community campaign and other programs. And whereas she was recently awarded the UAA Meritorious Service Award and has played an essential role in establishing United Way's mission towards housing and educational outcomes and focused on serving the social well-being of the Anchorage community. And whereas Michelle jump-started the Family Emergency Cold Weather Shelter System, where volunteers from area churches provide a sanctuary during winter months for families experiencing homelessness when other shelters are full. Launched Alaska's 211, the statewide helpline that connects Alaskans to over 1,100 providers from Uktiavik to Ketchikan. Defied the national trend of decreased health care coverage by enrolling more Alaskans in health insurance with healthcare navigators under the Affordable Care Act, and took on the challenge to increase permanent supportive housing for the hardest to house with the Home for Good program, a new project underway which also introduces a new way to finance the work through pay for success contracts. And whereas Michelle has made the Anchorage community better because of her work and has had a huge impact on the people of Anchorage. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Michelle Brown is recognized and honored for her devoted service to the community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of December, 2020.
Ms. Brown, I think you're on the line.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Assemblymember Dunbar. Mr. Chair, you pulled off a surprise. So I'm a little caught off guard that I need to speak now, but all I want to say really is how deeply grateful I am to all of you and to members of this community that have come together to take on our most perplexing, puzzling, and long-standing problems around food insecurity, housing instability, access to health care, and so on. And so I want to give a special gratitude to Mr. Chair and the Assembly members and this administration for the incredible partnership we have enjoyed over the years. And in particular, the last few years, there has been a deeper collaboration and partnership in developing plans to solve these very intense problems in this community. And none of this progress we've made wouldn't have been possible without the incredible collaboration. So thank you all. It's been my honor to serve you and this community.
Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Michelle, this resolution misses a whole bunch of stuff. It's not perfect. Of course, when we try to do this, we do the best we can with the people we have. But we first met back in 1998 when you were a commissioner of DEC. And at that time, you had a statewide focus on clean water and clean air and ensuring that our industries developed in a way that provided food and water and safe sewer systems across the state. And so while our resolution does a good job, it doesn't really capture the essence of all of your work. And so I just want to say thank you for the breadth of your work, not just the last many years at the United Way, but for all of that service before.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Constant.
Next, I am in the queue before I give up the gavel, though. So folks on the phone are telling me that they're having some difficulty hearing. So if we can just make sure that we're speaking close to the mic, that way folks on the phone can hear. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So for those who don't know Michelle, she has been a constant champion for many issues that we all care about, from food security to homelessness and housing and education and so much more. So Mr. Constant is right. This resolution misses a lot. It probably could be many pages long, but we like to keep ours at least pretty short if we can. I hope that you're able to enjoy your retirement, Michelle, and I look forward to continuing work with you to better Anchorage. Thank you, Michelle. All right. Next, we have item 10A4. Resolution AR number 2020-427, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th through December 20th as Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, Mr. Weddleton, that item is approved. Mr. Weddleton, I believe you're reading.
I'm reading. There's someone on the phone. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20 through December 20 as Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. Whereas losing a loved one to homicide is one of the most traumatic events a person can experience. And whereas homicide victims are loved and grieved by their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, husbands, wives, partners, grandparents, aunts, uncles, extended family members, friends, neighbors, classmates, colleagues, and communities across the country. And whereas, according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation Uniform Crime Reporting Program Annual Report 2019, Alaska's murder rate is 88% above the national rate. And for the past 3 years, an average of 32 murder incidents are reported in Anchorage. And whereas the Anchorage Police Department reports that for the past 2 years, Anchorage has seen declines in violent crime, and this year we have had 17 homicides. And whereas Alaska's Homicide Memorial in Hostetler Park currently has 450 names engraved of innocent victims of homicide throughout Alaska, whose names are read at an annual ceremony that includes families of the victims. And whereas survivors, advocates, and providers are working to implement equitable and effective community-based responses to homicide, Victims for Justice, a statewide organization established in 1985, served approximately 75 families of homicide victims this year. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month, November 20 through December 20, expressing support to survivors of homicide victims, including families, schools, and communities. And the Anchorage Assembly, its departments, and acting mayor call on community members to respond to all families suffering in the aftermath of a homicide with compassion and support services. To all surviving family members of homicide victims in Anchorage, you are not alone. Your community joins you in your pain and offers empathy. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of December, 2020.
Thank you. So I think we have a Victoria Shanklin who we can call to speak to this.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Shanklin. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We just read the resolution honoring Homicide Victims Awareness Month. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you so much. We want to thank you on behalf of Victims for Justice, express our gratitude for your recognition of Survivors of Homicide Awareness Month.
Last year in Alaska, we had the equivalent of 1 homicide for every 5 days. 32 of those were in Anchorage alone. By setting aside this time to acknowledge the losses and what they mean for our entire community, you're not only helping us raise awareness, but you're showing those who are left behind that we stand with them. Tonight, family members from all over Alaska who have lost loved ones are virtually gathering at our monthly homicide grief group, and they asked me to join, they wanted to join me in their appreciation for your recognition. So thank you again for honoring this month. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We have a question for you from Mr. Whittleton.
Yeah.
You know, it's not actually a question, it's a thank you. You know, I've been aware of Victims for Justice for a number of years now, and just kind of mildly, I just knew your mission and thought it was good, and when I would do jury duty, I would donate my $12 a day or whatever it was to Victims for Justice. And it's fairly small, but I was invited to speak a couple years ago just read the names, some of the names at the event at Hostetler Park, and talking to the survivors of these victims there, it really it was profound, and knowing how important it was to hear the name of their loved one or friend read it was amazing to me. So if anyone can go to that, it is so powerful to people just to hear that name read, and it was a real honor to have that opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. We've appreciated your support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, item 10F5, and then after that we'll come back to the 10Bs. Information memorandum number AIM 179-2020, monthly general government revenue status report to the Assembly as of November 18th, 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Kennedy Constant. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really the reason why I did was because there really is a lot of information in this kind of report that kind of lets not only the Assembly but the community at large know kind of what is happening with some of our revenues. And so I really just pulled it just to have a bit of a general conversation about really where we are at in trying to meet the revenues required to meet the expenses of the 2020 budget. So, and the reason why I do that is because, you know, as we get down closer to the end of the year here, I'm hoping that we're making decisions that says something to the effect of we're going to wait on this purchase, or we need to kind of watch out for this particular potential expense. Maybe we can slow down somewhere within some department or in a purchase of something. And so anyway, so I just kind of wanted to maybe get a little bit of an update and an overview for this information for the public from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this is Alex Slivka, Chief Fiscal Officer for the municipality. Thank you, Member Kennedy, for the question. A couple of points as a reminder. I would point you back to the email and the documents that we shared at our special meeting on November 16th, where we walked through what our expectations were for both revenue and expenses for the year, and also very specifically to AO 2020-99, where we had moved CARES money into the general fund and had applied public safety first responders payroll to the CARES grant. The result of all of this is that we will have enough revenue to make all of our expenses, and it goes in line with the policy that this administration has had all along, that we don't want to contribute to the economic slowdown by stopping any of our contracting, any of the projects that we are undertaking, nor any of the purchases that we are making in the community. So it's kind of a long way of saying that we will be able to buy everything that is in the budget that we have asked for. And at this point, as I shared in our meeting on November 16th, while we won't know until all the accounting is done, it does look like that we will end the year with a fund balance above the 10 and 2% debt reserve required by code. End of comment.
Do you have anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. No, like I said, I was bringing this up because I thought it was important that the public should also understand what this document tells us, so that there isn't any real confusion, but that people will understand kind of how the way we have used CARES funding and the way it's impacted fund balance kind of plays into this. So I just appreciate the opportunity to kind of help the public out with this one as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Slivka. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. Since we're on this topic, if people look at this section, it is really a tremendously presented summary of where we are. It has a very brief narrative, then a page or two that's kind of the bigger items, and then detail on the various departments and subcategories. And then there's graphs. So whichever way you prefer to look at these things is presented in 3 different ways. So it's a nice recap. And we've been, since SAP has become a functioning thing, I think we're getting this in better form than we had in my previous years on the Assembly. So I appreciate the work that Alex and his team does. It's really an easy way to see where we are, folks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to acceptance of this item? Seeing none, then that item is accepted. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to item 10B2, AR number 2020-432, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency and the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. What is the will of the body? Is there a motion?
This is 2020-432?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd like to motion to make some changes on it, Chair. So
first we need to move to approve.
Okay, move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So I decided on this one that I think that there is probably a compromise that needs to be happen on my part. And I'm listening to people in my community of what works for them and what's not working for them. So if we look at page, I think we can start on the second page, Chair. And if we can go to EO 13, I wanted to strike EO 13 on line 8. 10, when I say I'm going to go through, strike these boxes, meaning checking them to terminate. 8, 10, 11, 12, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keeping 11, communication to employees and others to known COVID-19 exposure required. Strike 12 and remain remote work. All the others I'd like to terminate.
Okay, so that was a motion to amend to check the boxes under EO 13 version 3 and EO 16, including the sub numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Is there a second on that motion to amend?
Mr. Chair, could you actually go through that list again, please?
Sure.
The ones that will actually be checked, the boxes that will be checked.
Absolutely. So the boxes are EO 13 version 3, that box will be checked. EO 16, that box will be checked, as well as boxes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12 under EO 16.
Chair, would it be okay? Thank you. Can we, is it possible that we read those out for public record, please?
Sure. So for the numbers under EO 16, It is 1, individuals to limit outings and physical contact. 2, requirements for individuals likely to be contagious with COVID-19. 3, gathering limitations including attachments A, B, and C, day camps, childcare, indoor shopping, special events. 4, hospitality industry, including bars, breweries, restaurants, and nightclubs, closed except for outdoor dining, takeout, and delivery service. That also includes attachment D, hospitality. 5, bingo halls, theaters, private clubs, and other recreation and entertainment facilities closed. 6, organized sports subject to limitations and closed to indoor competition, including attachment E, organized sports. 7, indoor gyms, recreation and fitness centers are capped at 25% of capacity and group classes limited, including attachment F, fitness and gyms. 8, salons and personal care services providers limited, including attachment G, personal care services. Retail and other public-facing businesses, legible visitor logs required, and additional requirements of hotels and other lodging.
And we forgot EO 13 requirement for mask or cloth face covering stricken as well.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to it any further, Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I think our economy is hurting. I think that I've been hearing people say and have testified freedom and responsibility are two different things, and they're not. Freedom and responsibility are combined, and I say they're combined because each one of us have the right, the freedom, and the responsibility to do what's right by each one of us individually. I trust my community, I trust people within the community, and I believe that if we want to continue with the remote work, I also believe that communicating that if you are sick or you have some COVID exposure, please let your employees or your fellow comrades know. And I think we can handle this as a community. I believe in our community that we can handle this. Our economy is coming down to the knees, and it's going to be to the point that our businesses are going to absolutely have to rely on government funding. We don't have any money. These people need to get back to work. They need to open their doors, and they need to pursue their American dreams. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we need to be a little more responsive in terms of what really is going on with our businesses. So I think Ms. Allard explained a lot of that very well. One of the things that I think really concerns me is that we are discovering that people, much like the mayor, said that they really don't know how they could have contracted COVID. Yet they did, even with all of the precautions that they know how, that someone knows how to actually do. So that really begs the question then in terms of, so is all of the things that we do the only way to respond to COVID? And I think we're finding that the answer is no. I also think that people who know they have higher risks, I mean, the reason why I'm staying at home is because I'm in that higher risk category, as is my husband. So, we have to really monitor our activity, and we do that. But I don't think it's fair that we lay the entire burden of all of those precautions onto a limited number of our businesses, because we know, and we keep saying this, we know that some will never recover. Yet at some point, the entire community is going to be responsible for trying to figure out how to help these people survive. So the sooner they can open and act in those limited capacities that they can, the better. I think the other thing that's very problematic to all of this is, as much as Anchorage would like to think that we can control the virus, the point is we're a very fluid society. We know that we are impacted by neighbors both to the north and south of us, and we can't control what goes on there, and we can't keep our community from going in those directions to go and take advantage of any of those services or businesses that are otherwise completely open in those other communities. Yet we basically require the sacrifice of our own businesses, which makes no sense to me. So I think if we were to actually allow things to open up at least even to 50% capacity, which this really would allow at least that, then we can allow businesses to operate at least partially the way businesses with our neighbors to the north are operating. And so this makes a whole lot more sense to me, that because we really can't control the virus, what we can do is encourage people to make their own choices. And like I said, I know that there are absolutely people who are doing that, and so that actually will help. We are not able to influence what goes on outside of the municipality of Anchorage, and that is probably impacting us the most, yet we expect Anchorage to make all the sacrifices. So I think this will at least help us to be a little more fair and reasonable in how we approach this. So I'm hoping that everybody will actually see the things that are happening, the changes that are happening, and actually try to do something that will at least in some way salvage some of the businesses in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment.
Yes, actually, I'd like to ask a question of the administration. I have 3 questions. The first one is it true that we can't control the virus? Second, why have we chosen to shut down many of the businesses that we have in this current, what is the rationale for the choices that we've made? And third, how often are we reviewing this information, and is there a possibility that we may change EO 16 sooner than what has been expected? So three things. Can we control the virus? Why are we doing these particular restrictions? And third, how often are we reviewing this information, and is it possible that we may shorten this time frame that we currently have in place?
Thank you. Who from the administration would like to respond?
Mr. Chair, this is Jason Bockenstead. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm going to ask if Heather Harris is on the phone, the director of the Anchorage Health Department, to provide an answer.
Hello, this is Heather Harris, director of the Health Department. I'm happy to provide some context in relation, or through the chair. Can we control the virus is the first question, and yes, we have, there's ample research that shows that some of our primary mitigating factors is around wearing a mask, maintaining a distance, and washing our hands. And so as we evaluated options in these emergency orders, it was really important to continue to come back to that. And these measures are all informed by that baseline context around being able to maintain mask usage, keeping our distance, and washing our hands. As far as time frame, I'll refer that back to the administration.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, who was that just spoke up?
That was Mr. Perez-Verdia. I just wanted to be clear about my 3 questions. That was a good answer for the first. The second was, what is the basis of the decisions that are being made now in terms of the specific restrictions? And third, how often are we reviewing this data, and is it possible for us to shorten the current time frame?
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. So as far as the measures, and I hope I can answer this fully at this time, we analyze the information and data given through the CDC. We're in deep collaboration and partnership with the State Department of Health and Human Services. We also consult with healthcare providers, being the hospital CEOs and hospitalist groups, ASHA, and the University of Alaska. And through regular communications with those groups, we are able to determine, and research of just national practices and seeing other examples, as our whole world really battles this and comes up with solutions to move us forward. And so we're reviewing that information and in partnership on a regular basis, sometimes daily, depending on what's going on and the intensity of the spread and transmission of the virus in our community. And as far as time frame or recommendation, as far as the current health orders, the health department is supportive of what the administration has put forward, and that we're able to, the hope is to work to reduce the transmission in the month of December.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need clarification. Was box number 2 checked under EO16?
Yes, that is part of the amendment.
Chair, can I speak on that? Ms. Zolotel, I would be willing to uncheck that box, if it helps.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. That box being checked, and actually box number 1 and box number 3, frankly, kind of tells me this isn't a necessarily strategic amendment to really hone in on a particular response. Box number 2, it was extremely worrisome because that suggests that a COVID positive individual wouldn't be self-isolating. Box number 1 similarly suggests, if you go back and you look at the emergency order, that we try to keep our bubbles tight to the greatest extent possible. We've been hearing that even when there wasn't necessarily a specific order to do so, that has been the advice and followed by a large majority of people, but it just overall, I can't support this. It doesn't feel strategic in nature. I understand the concerns around businesses that are suffering. I think we're going to be doing our best to address that coming up. But given those 3 boxes in particular, the gathering limitations, the requirements for individuals likely to be contagious with COVID, and just individual gathering sizes, I can't support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a 3-part, they kind of roll together. If I can just ask Ms. Harris some questions from the administration. Ms. Harris, I just have a couple of questions to ask you. The first question I'm going to ask is only for public record. It has nothing to do against you, but I'm going to let this go on the record. Are you a doctor, Ms. Harris?
No.
Thank you. And here are the 2-part questions. Could you please tell me where you got the information that we can control the virus, and if we could control the virus, why are we here 9 months later?
So information about the ways to control the virus really ties back to what we're seeing in research within the CDC and as other communities throughout the nation really try and figure out how to reduce transmission.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thank you. But I guess 2 questions, and one follows up immediately on Ms. Allard. So when we say control the virus, I mean, say, how do you define that? Does that mean we get rid of it and we're done? What would be a win in regards to EO16, for example? To Ms. Harris.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Sure. When you said we could control the virus, I just wonder if you could define what control means. I mean, that could mean to some people we get rid of it, and others would be perhaps we just limit it to some extent. So when you use the phrase control the virus, I mean, what would be a win? What would be we controlled it and we're good? How would we know?
Right.
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Whittleton, through the chair. We are really looking at trying to reduce transmission throughout the community. We anticipate that we will continue to be navigating this COVID world until a vaccine is more widely spread, and that hope is on the horizon. We're starting to see great timelines that show that is to come. And so when we talk about controlling the virus, it really is about reducing community-wide transmission. And those measures are made available on the dashboard on the municipal website, and it's really about how to protect public health capacity, our healthcare capacity, and we do that as we evaluate the epidemiology data that we're able to collect and make educated determinations about how to move forward.
Okay, thank you. So I think you worked your way to the key element is protecting the public health care capacity, so like the ICU beds and things like that. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. We are paying attention to ICU bed capacity, but we understand and know that is a lagging indicator, so we are often also paying attention to the overall community transmission and anticipation of what the ICU capacity could be given the models that are developed by highly respected doctors and professionals as well to help us really look at the timeline around what that might look like when we may run out of ICU capacity. What we're really hearing from the hospitals and from the profession overall is that as we pay attention to ICU capacity, the hospital difficulty right now is very centered around staffing difficulties given the high level of community transmission we're seeing. And so we're trying to bring down the overall community transmission so that our hospital workers can continue to do the incredible work that they're trying to do to protect the health and life of our community.
Okay, thank you. So then just following up, we've closed other things, but primarily bars and restaurants. And why bars and restaurants and not, Costco and all stores and other places where people go? Should we either do it 100% or nothing?
The focus and what we're seeing in the research and the data really shows that transmission happens when you're not able to maintain consistent mask use and maintain that physical distance. And so, unfortunately, bars and restaurants are the services that they are providing are inherently dangerous to the COVID transmission. And so that's a primary reason why the closure of in-person dining has been recommended and is currently in effect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we have 3 folks left in the queue on this amendment, and then I would like us to vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I had a couple other things that I wanted to say that I didn't in my first time I spoke. I wanted to just sort of say that, like many of my colleagues, I am hearing from my constituents both that the EO16 and these emergency orders are unfair, that they're disproportionately impacting certain organizations and businesses and not others, and that it's having an incredibly horrible impact on people's lives and their organizations. And I'm also hearing from my constituents that they feel like that this is challenging, but it is the best course of action because we want to keep our residents safe, and we want to do something more drastic now so that we can open up later. And I'm hearing both of those. But the 2 things that I wanted to sort of emphasize about this particular amendment is that I would agree that I would be very interested in a more strategic conversation, specifically about timing, whether it needs to be as long as it is, and why we can't review it more often. And second, about the focus. It feels like a broad stroke. And so I would be, if this does not pass, I would certainly be willing to work with my colleagues to look at a more strategic approach at changing our current emergency order so that it is more strategic and less of a broad stroke. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So these are just a couple of follow-up questions to the administration. I'm a little bit concerned that this is only taking place in the city that our municipality and assembly have the ability to rule over. And I say that because I know restaurants and bars are open at the airport. They are not being masked. They are not social distancing unless they want to. In saying that, can the administration give me numbers or percentages that we need to reach as a community in order to get rid of EO 16? And also, has the administration addressed hospitals in recommending to stop elective surgeries in case there is an incident where those ICU beds would be used? And also, has the administration addressed hospitals in filing to hire more nurses and doctors and waiving their licensing in Alaska and offering bonuses to help litigate COVID-19?
I can respond to a couple of those. First, I would start with the timing component. I'd like to just share the importance of the time frame that that the current emergency order is covering through the month of December. And the reason that we're focused on the month of December is that it takes time to really bring down the transmission and for us to see the impacts of the emergency orders when they're put into effect. And so there's a critical time period for that emergency order to remain in effect to really turn the tide and make the impacts that we're really looking for. And so that is absolutely strategic and thoughtful about why it's gone for that 4-week period. As far as elective surgeries and talking with the hospitals, that has been a topic of conversation and in our analysis and how the emergency orders were pulled together. And the difficulty around elective surgeries is a couple of things. One, the definition of elective. Sometimes these elective surgeries are incredibly critical procedures for someone's health and life and safety, but it's something that could be potentially postponed for a period of time. It could be a couple of weeks or a month. And so when we talk about elective surgeries, it's not plastic surgery. It is critical to a person's health. And so hospitals are able to make really quick decisions about elective surgeries, quick being in the matter of a day. They can decide to postpone those surgeries to a different time depending on what the capacity of the hospital is at that time. That's not true for how disease transmission happens throughout our community. We see that as very kind of this gradual increase, and again, hospitals are a lagging indicator, so as we have this steep increase, we anticipate that a couple of weeks, 2 weeks away, we'll start to see those dramatic impacts in the hospitals. And so we've worked with the hospitals and talked with them about what that looks like and recognize that they're able to adjust appropriately and manage within the hospitals to provide the care for our community. And then I think your final comment was about bonuses for doctors depending on the services that they're provided, and that's not something that I'm able to speak on.
Chair, I just have a follow-up, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Could the administration explain to me that why we have churches open, that everybody is sitting together, which I support the churches being and remaining open, that they don't have masks on and we're sitting shoulder to shoulder and I don't see an issue? Can you explain how we could allow that and there's not an outbreak?
So what is recommended for churches is that household groups are able to sit shoulder to shoulder, but within the church, the household groups are supposed to maintain a distance from other household groups. And as far as, so I hope that is continuing to happen in all of our churches throughout the community, and would be concerned if it wasn't, because that would increase the risk for transmission in that church. And I cannot say at the time that we have not had outbreaks in churches. It's absolutely been the case that we've had cases in churches and have supported contact tracing efforts in church environments.
Through the chair, this is Kate Vogel, municipal attorney, if I could have a chance to add to that question.
Yeah, Ms. Vogel, do you want the question repeated? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, no, I was just asking if I could chime in.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the emergency order requires masking in churches. That's under Emergency Order 16, Part 3, Subpart D. And we are operating in a way that's consistent with the rulings of the United States Supreme Court, including recent rulings of the United States Supreme Court in which they elevated a religious practice above other concerns with respect to pandemic control measures. With the new makeup of the United States Supreme Court, they did change course a little bit from where they'd been in the spring when they had Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the bench. There is a new makeup of the court, and they elevated as I said, the constitutional importance of being able to gather for the purpose of worship. And as a result, you can see in REO and sort of in anticipation of the direction that the court was going, there is a 50% indoor capacity cap on religious gatherings. So it does prioritize the ability to gather for a religious purpose over a priority to gather for the purpose to eat. And that is something that we think is consistent with the law as we're hearing it develop in the United States Supreme Court. That said, it's certainly something that we have been urging, and we include this urging in the emergency order for religious communities and individuals facilitating political expression to be more stringent by conducting virtual gatherings, limiting any in-person gatherings to 25% of indoor capacity, and eliminating in-person singing by congregants or choirs.
Ms. Aller, did you have one last follow-up?
So, Ms. Vogel, I don't know if you attend church or not, but I do, and I'm here to tell you that what you are mandating, and I'm not going to call out any particular church, but I'm here to tell you there is no outbreak happening, and churches are still going full speed ahead. And based on that information, I think you guys have your numbers wrong. I would really, really recommend that the municipality and the administration and our assembly understand this. Because what you're saying is that if these things were followed, we wouldn't have an outbreak. Ma'am, these things aren't being followed. We have no outbreak. It's time to open up our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have two folks left in the queue, and then I want us to vote. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think for me, again, I have grave concerns over the fact that we seem to be treating Anchorage, the municipality of Anchorage, as if it's in some kind of closed system. And it just simply is not. And it just doesn't seem rational to me that we expect Anchorage businesses to pay the ultimate price for a potential that could spread that actually could be coming because people are going elsewhere for the restaurant to be able to take advantage of other restaurants that are open in other communities outside of the municipality. So, you know, to a certain extent, I'm pretty sure I know I hope I know the answer to this, but it kind of begs the question. I mean, is the administration considering actually restricting residents of Anchorage from going outside of the municipality? I know for me in my community, it is just as quick to go to Red Robin at the Cottonu Center as it is to go to Red Robin in Wasilla. And at least if we go to Wasilla, you can go into that restaurant and sit down and, you know, and join others, if you will. And there are certainly less restrictions than an awful lot of the other businesses and establishments in Wasilla that you know, that don't exist in Wasilla. So I just still find it kind of mind-boggling to think that we believe that we can actually control COVID and that we're doing that by closing down our businesses here, where we basically just invite people from within the municipality to go outside of the municipality. I mean, I know of people in Anchorage that are going to Osceola to do their Christmas shopping. So there are just certain things that I think we are fooling ourselves with, and at the same time, we basically sacrifice our own right here in the municipality. So I guess I'm just making a statement on that. I don't know if there's anything that can be answered about it, but if there is some consideration about how we might be requiring citizens of the municipality to stay within the municipality, or we might be considering trying to figure out how to keep people from outside of the municipality from coming into the municipality, I'd really be interested in hearing about that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, this is Kate Bogle, municipal attorney again. I think that one of the things that Assembly Member Kennedy just pointed out is part of the problem with the governor's leadership approach here, in which he said that local communities should be enacting a variety of measures, including mask mandates and other measures as their local conditions require. And what we are seeing is the concern, and we've heard it from other local communities, that they're afraid of taking any measures or hesitant to take any measures because it won't have as much impact as if we were having statewide or, of course, federal action on this. I think from a legal standpoint, I can only say we have a certain jurisdiction and we can do what we can to stop spread within our jurisdiction. The governor could be taking stronger action. It would be statewide, and it would alleviate some of these concerns about people, going to the lowest common denominator in terms of finding the place with the least restriction and doing their shopping there. However, we have seen that in other states where this has been the approach that's been taken, where Kansas is an example, where there was statewide orders but the ability to opt out, and they looked at what communities opted out, and there I think they were looking at the mask mandate specifically. And they found that even when things were done on a community-by-community basis, the decision made by a particular community did matter for the COVID transmission and the lives saved in that community. So yes, a more perfect world would have statewide action and statewide leadership. We don't have that. In the absence of that, acting within our own jurisdiction does produce results.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
All right, thanks. Well, I will not support this, and I'll tell you why. I have, it is brutal to close businesses, and I think it is unfair. I mean, these businesses, because of the nature, we say limit gatherings, and they are there to gather. That's what bars and restaurants are for, so they are right in the target for these things. And I have a very small taste of it when my business was closed for 5 weeks, and it's just shocking to think that that could happen. But even with the weaknesses in the system where people don't follow it carefully, they don't mask or whatever it is, and that people can go to the Valley and other places to shop and so on, I mean, I think those are very valid points. But if we look in the spring, when this came on, we had the first hunker down to just flatten the curve, and it worked. And it had all the weaknesses that this one does, except I think this is not nearly as severe. It's only closing bars and restaurants. And then we opened up fairly quickly, and people were pretty much able to do whatever they wanted. And what did we see? We saw the cases rise, and ultimately we got into near August, and there were projections that we were threatening our ICU bed capacity. So we had another hunker down, and it worked. Cases went down, and the threat to the ICU beds went away. And then we find ourselves here with what was expected, second wave was expected, just time of the year, flu season, and we're moving indoors, and we see a number of cases and hospitalizations and so on that make this spring hunker down almost laughable. The numbers are so big. So if the other instances worked, I expect this will too, even though this is much lighter than the previous ones. And so, but why support it? I mean, to let people do what they want to do. We heard 2 students speak to us this evening, desperate to get back to school. And I understand that. I was excited when ASD was going to open up in November. It wasn't perfect, but kids should be in school. And these kids said, we need to do something to get those kids in school. Well, we can't tell the ASD what to do. This is how we get those kids back into school. We make it so the cases are down, there's threat to the health capacity goes away, and there's a comfort level with ASD to bring those kids back to school. And this is how we do that. Let's bring those kids back to school, and understanding how tough this is with bars and restaurants, but largely with what we have here, there's very few other constraints on us. Wearing a mask is a simple thing, folks. And if that's helpful, keeping a slight distance. I mean, you're doing it out there, we're doing it here. It's just not that hard. And those things do work. Not perfect, but they work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so before we vote, I'm just going to go through one more time for the public and the body so you're aware of what the amendment is. So this amendment we have before us is to check the following boxes: EO13 version 3, EO16, and underneath EO16, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That amendment fails 8-2. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion?
I move to postpone indefinitely.
I'll recognize that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further? Sure, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Allard?
Chair, when we move to postpone something indefinitely, are we saying that we no longer will hear this and the public is not going to be able to testify in such an item?
That's correct.
This is not a public hearing item, but what this motion does is it tables it indefinitely, so in effect it kills the item.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, there was a slight misunderstanding there.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
The net effect is, for this item tonight, it puts it to bed so that it doesn't stand out there without all those boxes checked. And so next week, again, or next meeting, I'm sure it will be back. Doesn't stop a member of the body from bringing it back at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 9-1, so that item is postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 10B3. It's an unnumbered resolution. Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging Congress to pass and approve urgently needed COVID-19 relief funding. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved. Second. LaFrance?
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
Yes, Chair. Let me grab my paperwork.
I believe, Ms. Allard, that you have an amendment on this item.
Oh, there we are. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do, and I needed to do a voice amendment. So on this one it says, and the Anchorage Assembly resolves that most, and I would like to do a voice amendment to 80% of the funds granted by the state of Alaska or Congress shall be appropriated to provide relief to small businesses, rental, mortgage relief, and the hospitality tourist industry distributed evenly. So I don't know if we have to vote on the first one, and then we vote on my amendment to my amendment.
Your amendment isn't before us, so I'll go ahead and just say that you are moving this amendment as you have outlined. So to restate it, the changes are, it strikes out most and adds in 80%, and then adds in 2 words at the end of the amendment, distributed evenly. Is that correct, Ms. Allard?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second on this amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Did you want to speak to it, Ms. Allard?
Yes, Chair. So I wanted to show this. So this here is the Home Rule Charter. And this Home Rule Charter was given to me by Senator Stoltz this weekend. And the original person in here was Ed Willis, who was one of the first persons on the Assembly. And this is an original book. And I want to follow the charter. And in order to follow the charter, there are things in here that we need to recognize, that we need to keep our economy going. I believe that the Assembly and the administration has been reckless in distributing the funds from the coronavirus relief funds, which is the CRF. And if the Assembly would agree to this, I think it would give faith to the community that the Assembly would distribute the funds accordingly to small businesses, rental relief, mortgage relief, hospitality, and tourism industry without doling it out to pet projects and violating the Department of Defense, Department of Treasury's intent, and that we could show that we are good stewards of the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. I think a couple issues. One is this is very close to what we have done. You know, the majority of the funds have gone to these things, business relief, and particularly if we do the actions that are before us now to reallocate some of these rental mortgage relief. But you know, we heard from someone, I think that was made a point that has some validity, is why don't we take some more of that money and apply it towards increasing our medical capacity? Okay, if that's possible, that would be a thing to do. If the overriding issue is running out of ICU beds, you know, let's blitz some money and try to do that. Now, I talked to the hospital folks in August and they said not happening, but maybe we should try again. So that's not in here. You know, we've already shown that, I mean, this is essentially what we've been doing. And I think 80%, we've said probably 60 to 70% are to these things, money directly to businesses. And so I don't know, it would be risky to tie our hands when we're already leaning this way. Thank you.
Chair, may I respond to Mr. Weddleton?
I see that you're in the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and keep you in the queue. Okay, so next I am in the queue.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So yeah, I guess 2 quick comments. So one, I don't see how this amendment has anything to do with following the charter, but I appreciate Ms. Allard bringing that up. Second, we have followed the guidance from the Department of Treasury, so we keep stating that into the record, and we will continue to do so. On this particular amendment that we have before us, I will be voting no on this amendment. I appreciate the intent of it, but I believe it hampers our hands, as well as I did have the idea of bringing forward a separate resolution so that it doesn't muddy the waters with this particular resolution, which has a very singular and concrete message, but bringing forward a separate resolution on this topic that involves the public so that we can begin having that public dialogue, sort of assuming that we get another batch of federal funds of how we best want to use some of those funds, and let the public know this is the intent and involve them in that discussion. So I appreciate that, but I think this is just a little bit too early to include this in this particular resolution.
Back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I would respond to Mr. Weddleton's comment that we've already been doing this. So I would disagree with that. On the account, we spent $3 million on trails, $450,000 per kilometer, the most expensive trail I've ever heard of. And if anybody can top that in the United States, I'd like to know. Secondly, there was $1.5 million left of that, which I have no idea where it's gone at this point. Second, we spent $5 million, Mr. Weddleton, on a medical clinic that the people of Anchorage voted down from the CARES Act, which we flipped by using our general funds. So when you say that the most of the money has gone to small businesses, I would highly disagree. And I would also state that if you believe that the money or anybody else on the assembly would go towards the small businesses and the rental, mortgage relief, hospitality and tourism industry, I would challenge you to vote yes on this and show the people that that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm going to start by once again correcting the record. We didn't spend $4.5 million on trails. We spent $4.5 million on a jobs program for people who don't run businesses and who are out of work. People having a job to pay the rent is valuable, period. And so the lies, the misstatements, the continued misinformation is an affront to the workers of the city who need to be kept whole. That's just one thing. But the fact is, this proposal is ready, shoot, aim. You don't even know what we have coming in. We don't know why. This last week, we released a grant fund to artists. Now, a lot of people out there say, oh, artists, they don't mean anything. They're business people in this community too, but they don't run small businesses in a traditional way. We funded 1 out of 3 of the applicants who applied. So there are needs broader than just the parochial vision of one sector of our economy that believes that they should be the one and only. Now, we are going to take up the question of grants and support for the workers who are displaced by the current shutdowns and continued support for small businesses. But the bottom line is there are broader needs, and it is our fiscal duty to pay attention to the actual needs, not just the political rhetoric.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you. And Judge, that actually wasn't $3 million to trails. It was, I think, a couple $100,000. I think it's on the record I was no fan of the
Hold on, Mr. Weddleton. Folks on the phone, I'm getting some feedback. So if you can please mute yourselves on the phone. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, thanks. So it wasn't $3 million to trails. It was a couple $100,000. And anyway, and I was not a fan of that jobs program as it finally came out, but let's keep the numbers right. And most of that was for wildfire mitigation and so on, not for the trails. $5 million for the Girdwood Clinic is exactly my point. If it's about medical capacity, that's medical capacity. That is the only clinic between Huffman Town Center and Copper Center, and it's critical. And we've had 2 accidents down there in the last 5 or 6 days. I think at least 1 fatality. We need that clinic. So anyway, want to clear the record.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. No, the administration actually told me it was $3 million on trails and we had $1.5 million that was left over. When you say it's a careers job program, Mr. Constant, I would like to also ask you who. Because I have proof that those individuals that were trying to get those jobs for 3 weeks that we wanted to spend so much money on weren't even from the state of Alaska. Number 3, when we say that there's contracts that are available for artists, I have artists contacting me saying they didn't receive any funds. I have an issue with that. The other thing I do have an issue with is the medical clinic. The medical clinic that you have has no relation to COVID-19 and can function just fine. And anybody that has COVID-19 or gets tested comes up to the regional hospital or Providence. So those funds were wasted, $5 million that the voters voted down, but it wasn't on the ballot again because you know it's going to get voted down again. So sit here and say that the $5 million was needed, in my opinion, and my community's opinion, those funds could have helped. When you say, Mr. Constant, it's rhetoric and it's politicized about the economy and about these individuals sitting out here having livelihoods, tell me where that is politicized, trying to support our community as the government is trying to shut them down and bring them to their knees.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most of what I wanted to say has been said. I guess I would just continue to encourage my colleagues to share facts, and when they are sharing their opinion, please state that it's your opinion. And I would really encourage us to be thoughtful about our role in making sure that we're being responsible in the information that we're sharing with the public, knowing that we are seen as
leaders within our community that need to be making sure that we're getting correct and responsible information, and I don't believe at times we're doing that. So I would just encourage my colleagues to be thoughtful about what they're sharing and how they're sharing it so that it's honest and true. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think we have to actually pass this amendment. One of the arguments that has been made in regards to the shutdowns has been, don't worry, we're going to ask Congress for more money. Even though you're not open and your employees are not working, we're going to make sure that Congress does another round of COVID relief funds. So if that is the case and we're asking them to do that, I think we owe it to them to tell them that, hey, we're going to use it for the very things that we know are being heavily impacted. And right now we know that that's our businesses and the employees that work for those businesses. So, I mean, just the fact that, like Mr. Constant pointed out, only 1 out of 3 actually had any money allocated to them. So we know we're way behind the power curve in trying to supplement those businesses and give them the funds that they need to either pay their rent, pay their employees, follow through on some of their contracts. So I think just for credibility purposes to our delegation, we owe it to them to spell this out and say, we are going to make sure that this money gets back into the community, and through some of these, these are the hot topic items. These are the things that we know people are asking for. They're asking for the business relief, the rental relief, Anyway, so I think we actually have to add this in here just for purposes of helping to explain what this is all about, what the intent is behind it, and to reassure people that this is where the funds will go, especially since there's an 80% number in there. That means there's still 20%, which is an awful lot of money to potentially do a myriad of other things with, even though I hope that we would be really cautious about what some of those other things would be. But so I think it's important that we pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this amendment. I concur with the points raised by Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Constant, the Chair, and also Mr. Perez-Verdia. I appreciate Mr. Perez-Verdia's point about raising facts or bringing up facts and differentiating between opinion. And I wanted to also reiterate, Mr. Weddleton's point about the Girdwood Clinic. This clinic is absolutely needed, especially during this time of the pandemic. So there should be no mistake on that piece of it. And it very much pertains to health capacity and being able to serve the community needs. And I believe, there has been ongoing confusion as to why it was on the ballot. It was not necessary to get the rest of the residents of the municipality, to vote on it. That's what the residents of Girdwood, who would have borne the cost themselves, they would have paid the taxes to pay for it. But it was advantageous in terms of an aspect of the financing to do that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That amendment fails 7-3. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson?
Which item are we on right now?
Mr. Peterson, we are on the main motion of the resolution that we have been debating.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will be on item 10D1. All right, I'm going to continue the meeting. Thanks everyone for your patience. I am hearing feedback from some folks on the phone. So if you could please make sure that you are muted. If you are on the phone, that would be fantastic. Thank you. All right, so the next item we have before us is item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum number AM 666-2020, application for the transfer of ownership of Restaurant Eating Place Liquor License number 5104 and restaurant designation permit for R&K Enterprises LLC DBA Kim's Cuisine. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we begin discussion, is there something that we can do about that feedback noise that we're hearing? Sure. So folks on the assembly line, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if you aren't speaking, if you could please make sure that you are muted, because we're hearing some feedback on our end. So please mute yourself if you are not speaking.
Mr. Chair, this is Crystal.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I think I heard somebody say moved and seconded, but I don't know what was moved and seconded. So can that be repeated, please? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So we are on item 10D1. That is the item that was just moved and seconded. And going back to that item, Ms. Allard, you pulled this item? Yes, 10D1. Okay, it was already moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this item? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Sorry, I'm not quick enough on queuing you and the texting here, but my understanding is that this was pulled because there needed to be a correction on the address. Is that where we're at with this one?
I am not sure. There hasn't been any stated intent. Is that what you understand, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, when I was looking over it, I noticed that it said that the address was for Old Seward Highway in Eagle River, and I said no. There's no Old Seward Highway address in Eagle River. So I think Ms. Honest was looking at notifying the alcohol board on this one so that they could change their licensing. And so maybe the administration or clerk's office has some more detail on that, just to make sure that we're processing this properly at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a function of the clerk's office. Could someone from the clerk's office please speak to this? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barbara Jones. I did ask Ms. Honest if she could join us, and I haven't heard back from her. It is true that there was an error in the address for Kim's on the documents. However, that is the way that they came to us from AMCO. So Ms. Kennedy is correct. Ms. Honest has contacted AMCO and requested it to be fixed. So the clerk's office will be processing it as we hear from AMCO, consistent with their direction.
Thank you. Did you have anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I guess I have a comment and then maybe another question. My comment is, first of all, I would like to say that there's really, as far as we know, there's nothing of concern with this license. This business is actually a well-known business in the Eagle River community, and and I also know that they have been instrumental in during the pandemic, have been giving away meals, especially to families with children. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that if we need to actually approve this tonight, or maybe we need to postpone it, just kind of what would be the or to pull it so that it can be reviewed and brought back before us with the proper address. So that's kind of my question, is kind of the process now, what do we actually do with this? I don't want to see it voted down, but it may need to be postponed. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the clerk like to speak to that? And then I'll go back in the queue.
Mr. Chair, I was on the emails with Ms. Honest and Ms. Kennedy, and nothing in those emails led me to believe that this item needed to be pulled or postponed. If it is postponed, the renewal doesn't happen. Again, our understanding is that the error was with AMCO and that it's being fixed. At this time, I would, request that we not postpone it, because it means then the license wouldn't be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I was going to concur with what the clerk had said, that time is of the essence on this. The 19th is the effective date. We don't meet until the 22nd again. And so any opportunity we have to speak on this is now or forever hold your peace. And so I would recommend, hearing there were no complaints about the operator, that we approve this and let AMCO sort it out.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Presverdia? Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-0. Next, we have item 10D3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 668-2020, 2021 to 2022, liquor license renewals, beverage dispensary license, Riley's, the Ravens Bar, the Bradley House, Restaurants Eating Place License, Chinatown Restaurant, VIP Yongbin Restaurant, Brewery License, Old Man Rush Brewing. Okay, thank you.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you brought this item up?
Disregard, Chair. I'm good.
Okay.
I don't want to pull it now.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may, is there any opposition to the item? Okay. Seeing none, that item is approved.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Kind of a point of order.
Go ahead.
When we're voting on these substantive items, I think that
could you speak into the mic, please?
When we're voting on these substantive items, I think that the code requires us to actually take a vote when we have people participating telephonically. And I'm not sure if that's an accurate legal read, but as I understand it, when we're taking these votes, it's hard to know how people voted or were silent if the only way for us to know if they were silent was through the potential technological challenges. So I don't know if Mr. Gates is around, but for my part, I would be more comfortable if on the ordinances themselves, we had a recorded vote.
Sure. When we get to ordinances, I will make sure that we have...
And resolutions. I'm sorry, the main motions.
Sure. That'll make things last longer, but I'll get I'll add that onto the list to talk to legal about, but for now, we'll go ahead and take the vote for everyone. Okay, so with that, did you record the vote on that item? Or? Okay, all right. So the vote's recorded on that item, but we'll go ahead and do that for all the future items that we have. So next we have item 10D5, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 673-2020, cooperative purchase of one Elgin Crosswind Regenerative Air Street Sweeper from Yukon Equipment, Inc. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did. Thank you. I have a question in regard to the funding source on this one. We have down at the bottom of the document that it is capital. And my question is, when we put something down there like capital, we're talking capital, when it says capital budget, we're talking bonded capital? I'm just trying to make sure that this isn't a source that's literally capital, but out of the general fund. Anyway, so just kind of a clarification on that. And then I have a comment.
Through the chair, Alex Slifka, Chief Fiscal Officer. It says capital because it's a capital item. It's a long-lived asset that we put on the books and then depreciate.
Can I ask for clarification then on that?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So again, my question comes down or out of my question is the capital referring to something that is bonded, or is it capital that is actually coming out of the general fund? Because I believe we kind of to a certain extent, we use that term a little bit interchangeably. We actually have some capital money that is actually included in the general fund when it comes to certain expenditures. But anyway, and maybe I'm totally wrong on that, but I'm just trying to ascertain that this is actually bonded funding or not.
Okay. I believe Mr. Jakowski is on the phone. And I
Kennedy?
think Alan can answer that question.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, this is capital fund, the general fund. It's our standard allocation for replacement of fleet vehicles.
Okay, so I'm hearing you correctly in that it is actually coming from the general fund, not from a bonded capital project.
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, my comment, this is the reason why I was also pulling or asking to change the order of the day to have the revenue report first, because I think one of the things that, I really feel like I'm tracking on is, the idea of getting toward the end of the year and watching where funds are really coming from at this point and whether they're actually general fund expenses. So that's my reason for pulling this one, but I'm not opposing it. I will support it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia? Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-0. Next, we have item 10D8, Assembly Memorandum number AM 683-2020, Amendment number 1 to contract with McKenna Brothers Paving, Inc. to increase contract amount by $263,335.54 for a total contract amount not to exceed $500,867.54 for completion of the Toulouse West Limited Road Service Area Roadway Surfacing Project. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this one because it just had a lot of things in there just in terms of trying to fix errors. And I just kind of wanted to get a little explanation and have a little conversation about this particular contract. It was surprising to me to see that the contract and the engineer's estimate were so far off, hundreds of thousands of dollars off. I also noticed that there was some errors in mileage, the mislabeled road mileage. Anyway, I guess I just kind of wanted to get a sense of what really happened here and how this contract got so out of whack, yet got this far along and then now needs to kind of be fixed. So I would just appreciate a little bit of background and more conversation about what happened here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who from the administration would like to speak to this item?
Through the chair, this is Anna Henderson, municipal manager, and I want to check to see if Maury Robinson, the PM and the admin manager, is on the phone to speak to this item.
Yes, I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm through the chair, Ms. Kennedy. We prepared the contract spec, and staff relied on a inventory spreadsheet that was labeled as lane miles when it was actually road miles. So it caused the estimated asphalt quantities to be incorrect. And none of the bidders apparently went and recalculated what they believed their quantities would be. So it wasn't discovered till they actually laid the pavement down, and it was well short.
So can I follow up with that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, where was the gap in terms of oversight and kind of checking to make sure some of these contracts are bid correctly and that the numbers actually make sense? Was this just kind of a fluky thing, or is this something we need to kind of check some of our processes for bidding or estimating, or anyway, kind of what was the overall thought when this was noticed that it had this many issues? Thanks.
I'm through the chair, Ms. Kennedy. The person who prepared the figure is very experienced and worked with several overlays, so it was pretty much an embarrassing, fluky deal, the miscalculation. Probably what we should have done is had some secondary checks, either manually measure them or utilize some other means to just double check and cross-verify the figure was correct. Well, we've done several of these. It was prepared very similar to the, you may recall out in Subursa, they've done several years here in a row of overlay projects. So this bid spec was prepared the same way that the Subursa overlays were. It's just that the single critical number, the biggest part of the bid had the error on relying on that misinformation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. I just kind of want to make sure that this is something that you're all very aware of now, and that you figure out kind of how to double check or whatever. Because again, this was a really interesting discrepancy between the estimation and then the bids themselves. So anyway, no, I appreciate that, and thank you, Mr. Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. For the next three items, 10E1, 2, and 3, it's my understanding that the individual who requested to pull these items no longer wishes to discuss them, so we'll go ahead and go through the process to get them approved quickly if possible. So next we have item 10E1, resolution number AR 2020-416, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $35,000 for the Alaska State Library and appropriating a contribution of $35,770 from the Anchorage Public Library Area General Fund, thank you, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund within the Library Department for the Public Library Assistance Grant. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10E2, resolution number AR 2020-417. Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $128,446 from the State of Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, thank you, to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund within the Library Department for the Ready to Read Resource Center grant. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10E3, resolution number AR 2020-418, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $57,299 from the State of Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund.
Waive reading.
Within the Library Department for the 800 Interlibrary Loan and Reference Backup Services Grant. Before I ask the question, just for the public and the body, so if you hear Mr. Weddleton saying waive reading, that is to allow me to stop reading the title of the item. The only rule there is that I have to read through and bolded. If you have the agenda, you'll see the bolded sections. So that is why I keep reading until I get to the bold. Just a little trivia. Okay, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10E6, resolution number ER 2020-424, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $80,000 as a supplemental grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the Aging and Disability Resource Center in the Anchorage Health Department. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item? Okay. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy? Oh, excuse me, I skipped Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10E10, AR number 2020-431, a resolution appropriating $10 million as a grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund to fund COVID-19 contact tracing services. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Second. Zolotel?
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I thought this one was worthy of some good conversation as well. One of the things that I've heard several municipal leaders mention is how difficult tracing is at this point. And it looks like this whole $10 million is meant to go toward tracing services. So I just thought we could maybe have a little bit of a conversation about whether or not we actually want to do that, to accept this grant for that when we're basically so far behind, and there has to be a point at which saturation it just makes it almost impossible and to a certain extent pointless. So and then I want to have some questions specifically about that too. So if we have somebody from the administration that could talk about this particular grant and its finer points, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who from the administration would like to speak to
Yeah,
that?
through the chair, this is Alex Slivka, CFO. I'll start, and then if Heather wants to add something, she can. So this is a pass-through from a federal grant, and this happened thanks to the cooperation with the state, because the FEMA in September all of a sudden decided that contract tracing wouldn't be reimbursed under the public assistance program, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but That's what they decided. So we are going to have to move roughly $1 million out of the FEMA public assistance into this grant. It's A, critical that we pass it tonight so we can do that. But B, as well, this goes for 2 years and allows us to ramp up the contract tracing. But from a financial standpoint, it's federal money that allows us to be able to continue this contact tracing. And then I'll ask Heather if she wants to add anything to that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Through the chair, it's a great question. As we've been sharing for weeks, the contact tracing capabilities have been quite thin. And this is an opportunity for us to increase the staffing capacity and those that are doing contact tracing efforts. On the state level, we are committed here at the health department, along with the state, at continuing the contact tracing efforts, as that is a key factor in our ability to mitigate transmission of COVID in our communities. Because of the high levels of transmission and because we aren't able to get to all cases, index cases that are COVID positive, we have been communicating to the public and encouraging them to do their own self-tracing if our contact tracers are not able to get to them within their infectious period. That said, our contact tracers are prioritizing the most at-risk, high-risk COVID positive cases and those that we can make the largest impact in mitigating transmission. And so it's still an active and key element to mitigating transmission throughout the community, specifically as we see clusters or increasing cases associated in particular groups within the municipality. So this is still an incredibly important factor in mitigating COVID.
Can I follow up with that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess one question is just verification that to a certain extent we're going to be getting paid back for this will help pay back the $1 million that we've already spent that FEMA will not be reimbursing us for. I just kind of want clarification on that.
Through the chair, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Slivka. And then, I guess I'm still going to go back to just the value of tracing right now. And especially when I guess the CDC has come out with some pretty fine-tuned information about when somebody is actually infectious and comparing that time period with the amount of time that it takes for a test to get back to an individual, and then the time it might take for someone to actually do any kind of tracing and make those calls or contacts. I still am questioning really what the value is of doing that, considering all the different ways that tracing is actually hampered. So can you speak more to the challenges, Ms. Harris? Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. So I think you are probably referring to the CDC changes around quarantine. And so there's isolation and quarantine. Isolation is for COVID positive individuals to isolate themselves for a 10-day period. There were changes to the CDC guidance around quarantine. So those that are considered close contacts to a COVID positive individual, they have adjusted the timelines associated and have given options about what the quarantine timeframe might look like for a close contact to a COVID positive individual. I'll go back to your comment about, are we really able to impact the transmission? And I say absolutely. So when a person goes for a COVID test, they receive notification from the testing facility, whether they're positive or negative, more quickly than our contact tracers are able to, potentially able to reach them. So they are given that information as quickly as we're able, as quickly as we have it. And then contact tracing efforts. If a contact tracer is not able to get to that index case within their infectious period, so within that 10-day period, then they would be prioritized at a lower level than someone that we were maybe potentially able to get to in a more near term or earlier on in their infectious period. And so we are still able to meet many individuals in that early part of their infectious period, even with the fluctuating time frames around results being returned and information getting into the state system, and then after that into the contact tracing system. So we are still just doing a really great job in with some cases. We're just not able to get to all of them, and so it continues to be a key factor in how we can mitigate the transmission.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harris. And if I could follow up some more, Mr. Chair?
Sure, one last follow-up.
Okay. Well, this is, I guess, is a little bit of a two-parter. So that way I get one question in, right? But I'm trying to kind of get a sense of, okay, if we've spent $1 million so far, it sounds like 10 million. You know, maybe I'm off base with what the million has done so far, and if that's been the only expenditure for contact tracing at this point. But I'm looking at how many people are we really talking about, and how long will they be working? I mean, Mr. Slivka mentioned it was a 2-year grant, but how many people are we really talking about, and for how long do we think they will be working? And then the flip side of that is, if we don't use the full 10 million just for contact tracing, are there other things that these funds could actually be used for in terms of combating COVID? Thank you.
Great questions, thank you. Through the chair, so a couple of things. One, the funds that have been used so far are for contact tracing and for monitoring cases, and so those that need additional, or to continue to follow up and support individuals that are in that infectious period, and help them to make decisions based on how the disease is progressing with them individually. So we've got contact tracing and contact monitoring. As we look at this grant going forward, we're looking at, I think if I can calculate this quickly, close to 70 potential staff. It's a large team. Some of those are through contracts. Some of them are through staff that are currently at the health department, and those that we're also recruiting. And so it's a pretty large team to continue to really increase our efforts and make impacts in the contact tracing and contact monitoring process. The funds are specific to contact tracing, although there is some flexibility around being able to use some funds for testing as well. But the primary focus of the funds are around contact tracing and monitoring.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I just wanted to clarify some comments I made about the effectiveness of contact tracing at a constituent meeting, which I think you all have seen my name in some of your emails on this item. So I support this item because our current public health capacity to contact trace is severely overloaded, which is a reason that contact tracing isn't as effective at this time. For what I understand, the Anchorage Health Department is having difficulty tracing hotspots or being able to tell the story behind the data, which so many in our community want to know. So the state and MOA have worked hard to increase this capacity, but we're at a point where we need to inject these additional dollars to make this work. So I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this item. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may...
Oh, I'm sorry, I should be on there too.
Oh, sure, go ahead, Mr.
Apologies. Couple other questions. I mean, you know, we heard earlier today that I think if we were in a room with 25 people, someone's got COVID, and if there's a room of 50, even more than one person has COVID. And I think the instructions in EO 16 and what we've been hearing for the last 9 months are kind of like, assume you have it, because even if you don't think you have it, because you don't show any symptoms, you might. So we wear masks, we stay separate from people and so on. So it has always puzzled me, particularly this late in the game, what the value of contact tracing is. Because we should assume that we were exposed to someone somewhere at some time. And I suppose that's more of a statement. So I got two questions. One is, my understanding is the money, we have contact tracing going on now, and we hired an out-of-state firm to do it. And here we have more, and I'd like to find out, could we hire locally? I mean, we had, a large amount, a $4.5 million part of our Thing for Jobs program, really explicitly to hire local people who didn't have jobs. And now, ironically, we have far more than that going to contact tracing to lower 48. Is there some way we can say hire local for this?
Through the chair, Alex Lifka, Chief Fiscal Officer. Because this is passing through federal funds prohibit local preference. And if we were to start all over again, I mean, the answer is no. Sorry.
Well, that's disappointing. Tell me, if we vote no, what happens?
If we vote no, then it's highly likely that we're going to run out of emergency authorization to continue operating under the EO. We are right up against the 42 million because even though we've spent roughly 25 million, it's the encumbrances based on the contracts we have awarded that has eaten up the balance. We will be coming to you at the next meeting asking for additional authority so that we can actually cover the encumbrances for the following year. So if we vote no, it could functionally shut down our emergency response prior to the December 22nd meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. This is for the administration. If we vote no, I heard what you just said, but can't the state do it? If it's that valuable, if it needs to be done, if it has to happen?
Through the chair, the state is providing the pass-through on these funds so that we can do the tracing. The challenge we find ourselves in is that we had spent $1 million on tracing that we thought FEMA was going to reimburse us for, and that had eaten into the amount of money that the emergency ordinance has authorized us. So when you pass this tomorrow, we're going to move that $1 million out of the FEMA public assistance and into this grant, and that's going to give us enough room to be able to get to December 22nd when we can ask you for additional authority to continue with the emergency response.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
What does contact tracing entail? Like, what is the actual job that this money is going to, can you give me a little more detail on what furniture and other things are being used for so I can totally wrap my head around it?
I'll defer to Heather. It's basically we're hiring, as Heather said, 70 people to contact trace. So, but I'll let Heather describe what contact tracing actually is.
Absolutely. Thank you. Through the chair. Yes. So contact tracing, our statewide system, the way it works is that when a person tests for COVID, the results are reported to the state EPI, and it goes into a data system there, and that's what helps us to see our daily case counts that gets reported on the dashboards regularly and within our communities. From there, it goes into a system called ComCare, which is within the public health nursing component at the state, and that ComCare system is the statewide system that provides the case data to contact tracers to call those individuals and talk to them about COVID, their COVID positive results, and how they can help to mitigate, how we can help identify how they could potentially isolate within their community, get them access to other resources that might be needed. We have a challenge that people are really needing to work through and navigate how to isolate when they are notified of their positive results, and still trying to figure out how to pay bills or take care of family or whatever that happens to be. And so a contact tracer is that person that's able to work one-on-one with a COVID positive individual to work through many of those scenarios and situations to get them connected to the resources that they might need, which could also include medical care and support as well. At this point, we are also working with those COVID positive individuals to identify who their close contacts might be and help to notify those individuals of their need to quarantine. And so that's how the contact tracing works. And so these staff are fully invested or will be fully invested in that work and helping to ensure that COVID positive individuals get this contact from a contact tracer. I'd like to just for a moment to address the local hire component. This was a topic of interest as we looked at the contracts and evaluated those, and we recognized that we didn't necessarily have a local bidder for this project, and we're not able to require local hire as the administration shared a moment ago, but we are able to encourage it. And that is something that we've been in communication with previous contractors and encourage that. And previous contractors have walked through that process to ensure local hire is a part of the overall plan. The other piece about local hire that's really important to note is that several of these positions that are within the contract that is not yet closed, but that has that invitation to bid, is that several of those positions, nurses, family service aides, and positions like that, are actually open positions that the health department currently has and has not been able to fill. And so working with a contractor allows them to really focus on that and get those staff in as quickly as possible. Again, with a preference or encouragement of local hire, but not precluding that from bringing staff in to get this work done.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I know we don't have the contract before us. We have the funding, the grant. But someone did raise an interesting question. They suggested that the contract had a restriction from allowing subcontracts. And I'm wondering if we can run that down and see if that's changeable, because some of these contractors outside are unable to find the human resources, but there are local staffing firms that suggest they have the capacity and could work on a subcontract under some of these, which could be a way for us to bring home some of that work. But that's not really the point I'm here to talk about. We've had a number of conversations tonight that kind of thread into this one. We've talked about some environments that may or may not be high-profile places where people are testing positive, restaurants, other facilities. Contract tracing is, in fact, how we figure that out over time when we have the capacity. So that's a value, because then we can know where these things are happening and how we can better affect a public health response. Way to do less blunt force moves and instead do more targeted moves is to know exactly where the virus is moving. And we've had a couple other items, one that's coming up and one before tonight, that are really challenging to us as a municipality, because in particular we had a joint resolution with the Matsu Borough talking about bond debt reimbursement. State, please fulfill the obligation you made to fund these expenses that are going to be ours if you don't fulfill your obligation. And then we have, coming up with item 15A, the reappropriation of funds. We're going to spend the FEMA match money if that passes, because the state has told us that they are going to try to make sure that we're made whole and that the taxpayers don't have to fill that hole. But that depends on the state being able to do something, which we know that can go either way. But here, in this case, specific to us right now before us, we have worked with the state of Alaska, and the state of Alaska has offered us $10 million up front to help deal with these expenses that we know we're going to incur or need to manage. So on the one hand, the state's promised us and hasn't delivered. On the other hand, we're going to have to spend money that we hope that the state can cover. Here, the state is prepared to fund this for us. I think there's a really strong rational argument for us to saying yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So from testimony through emails, we got some fairly emphatic emails that were concerned about contact tracing, and it seems like the issues were that they release private information, that they're coercive, and that people are forced into providing information that they don't feel is appropriate. So I wonder, Ms. Harris or whoever can answer it, I mean, how coercive is this? Is the information provided all voluntary? Is the instructions to quarantine, is that mandatory? I mean, what are we talking about here?
So through the chair, the contact tracing effort is moved forward and engaged in a supportive manner. The interest is to support the COVID positive individual, that index case, where they are and help them to know the information, the public health information, to make the best choice for themselves. And we absolutely communicate and share that they are asked to isolate for that 10-day period in the cases that we're able to to talk with close contacts. We're sharing with them about what quarantine requirements look like. I would imagine receiving that call, and from what I've heard from the nurses and from our contact tracing team that I'm meeting with regularly, it's very hard for many people to learn of their COVID positive result. And so I recognize that many people probably respond to that information and that conversation in many different ways, and I think are able to receive the information from a contact tracer at varying levels. And so I just want to emphasize just the difficulty it is and what we're asking people to do when we ask them to isolate and quarantine. And so I think that that's probably part of what you're hearing and the challenges that people are experiencing. As far as information being shared or, private information being shared, that's absolutely not allowed. Information is kept with strict guidelines for protection and HIPAA guidance around that as well. And so I hope that addresses your question, but I'm happy to talk about anything additional in that way too.
Okay, so it sounds like the bulk of what this is really educational, not really coercive. Is that true?
We would hope so, and that's from my experience with our contact tracers and participating in conversations and in how they're working with index cases. That's absolutely been my experience. It's pretty incredible to work with this team and hear how they're able to de-escalate and support and just meet somebody wherever they happen to be with their experience. That said, some people just don't want to engage in the conversation. I think I've shared in a couple different formats or forums that sometimes people just don't answer the phone. Some people hang up, so there's varying reactions to receiving the contact tracer's call.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm going to be a solid no vote. I think this is a privacy violation of Privacy Act of 1974 and other issues, and I think there's better ways to spend the $10 million than tracking people who potentially don't even want to be spoken to. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and I have a question for the administration.
Sure.
When we're doing the contact tracing, and if people are interacting, and are we not able just to have the medical providers do their own job and follow up if someone's been potentially exposed?
Through the chair, unfortunately, not everybody has access to medical care or to be able to access their medical professional in that timely manner. And so this is really an effort. Contact tracing is a way and a tool to help get to those index cases in a quick manner, specifically during that infectious period, and help support them. That said, part of our monitoring process is that if people are increasing or having increasing symptoms or need to access healthcare providers, that we're encouraging and supporting that for them to do that quickly.
Chair, can I do a quick follow-up?
Sure.
Do we have contact tracing on other viruses in the state of Alaska? Tuberculosis, AIDS, HIV, anything else? Or smallpox, chickenpox, anything else? Or is it just COVID-19?
We have it through the chair. We do track and support other diseases as well, just as you mentioned, TB, some sexually transmitted diseases as well. And we've been able to learn a lot and move quickly in the COVID pandemic based on a lot of experience that we have in some of our other public health issues.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Before we move on to the next item that was pulled, I understand from Member Allard that she would like to register her opposition to an item that was not pulled. So I would like to see if we could do just a very quick motion to reconsider and then vote so that Ms. Allard can reflect her opposition to the item. So that is item 10B1, which was not pulled. Can I get a motion to reconsider?
Move to reconsider 10B1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to reconsidering this item? Hearing none, then that item is reconsidered. So that'll be that item is back before us. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve, Zalatel.
Second.
So moved by Zalatel, seconded by Constant. Ms. Allard, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. I feel it's the response. I actually spoke to some legislators, state legislators, Senate and House, and I asked them how they felt about this. And the information that I had received is that they feel it's the responsibility of the municipality. And the way I was kind of wrapping my head around it is that we're looking for the state to assist us, but at the same time, we're asking the single mother in Bethel or the newly married couple in Kenai to also assist, because this is going to affect every state taxpayer. So because of that, I believe we could cut our budget and work with our budget to allow this to happen as the ASD and the Assembly work together. So I'm just going to be a solid no. Thank you, Chair, for reconsidering. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And for my part, the issue is the state made the commitment. They were there when the deal was made and they walked away. And so this request is for them to come back to the terms that they set when we made these agreements. That's what the voters agreed to, but of course the full faith and credit of the municipality is at stake, and so we'll see where the dice fall, of course, and I hope that the wisdom of other legislators prevail.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Next, we have item 10F8, AIM 183-2020, reports from the administration regarding any emergency measures taken under the proclamation of emergency extended by Assembly Resolution AR 2020-85 as amended. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
Yes, I did pull this item. Could somebody help me further understand what is happening with this? Maybe the administration can talk a little bit about it and what the full intent is, please.
Through the chair, this is Alex Slivka. This is a pretty comprehensive document that details a lot of actions and it has a lot of information, so maybe we could certainly answer a specific question, but this is basically a long list of everything that we've undertaken, so we'd be happy to answer a more specific question.
Okay, so sure. So this is just a breakdown of where numbers have fallen and comparing. It's a grid of information. This is all this is? Or am I wrong?
If I want to characterize it, it contains both what the COVID situation is. It details some of the grants programs and how they've been implemented. It talks about case findings. It talks about many different items. So it's
a lot.
There's a lot in here.
Okay.
It's just what we've committed to provide to the Assembly. So yes, again,
All
we'd
right.
be happy to answer any specific questions about any of the content.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is accepted 10-0. From my understanding, the next three items that were pulled, items 10G4, 10G6, and 10G7, were accidentally pulled. So we'll go through these three items, and I will ask for a motion to introduce and set the items for a public hearing on December 22nd. That requires a first, second, and third, and then we'll go through these quickly. So first, we have item 10G4, ordinance number AO 2020-131, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28 Elections to update and clarify provisions consistent with the municipality's vote by mail system. Thank you.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Is there a third?
Third.
Third, Zolotel.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10G6, ordinance number AO 2020-132, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.40 to specify that electronic smoking devices sold to hemp retailers registered with the state of Alaska are excluded from the excise tax on tobacco products. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve, or move to introduce.
Second.
Second or third, Zolotel.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10G7, resolution number AR 2020-422, a resolution approving proposed revisions to the Anchorage wastewater utility tariff for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska.
Reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third, Zolotel.
Thank you. All right, with that, that completes our consent agenda. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item 15A. Resolution number AR 2020-426, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reappropriating an amount not to exceed $15,407,650 of the area-wide general fund balance to the rental and mortgage assistance program, small businesses impacted by emergency order 16, the voucher program and meals program for those impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'll start with the folks on the phone. First, we have Miss Kristen Bush.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Bush. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 15A, resolution number AR 2020-426. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Bush, And I'm glad to see this assembly offer businesses more relief funds. But in the same breath, shame on you for making them beg on their knees for help since April. We all have been begging you to help them on money you've been sitting on since April, and squabbling and misappropriating for pet projects and special interests instead of helping businesses stay open and keep people employed. It's December. Shame on you for coming in the last hours with more funds well after it would even help some of those already sunk, already boarded up, already bankrupt, and making the funds a lottery. How about we make 2 of 11 of you get paid this week and the rest of you, no. Sorry, there's nothing for you, Mr. Constant, no paycheck. You didn't win a lottery paycheck, and nothing for, let's say, Miss Salatel. You didn't get chosen either. But Mr. Peterson, we can pay you, and how about Mr. Weddleton? Everybody else gets nothing. You didn't win the lottery. You see how insulting that is? Wasilla allotted businesses up to $20,000 and also offered $5,000 PPE grants. Seward offered up to $100,000. Anchorage, here's a lottery. Hope you win. Shame on you. Voters will not forget what you failed to do to support the economy and people of this city. We will not forget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we move on, my apologies. I forgot that I was going to allow the administration to present briefly on this item and go over some of the basics. So I'll go ahead, I'll turn it over to the administration.
Thank you for the opportunity to briefly go over the components of this economic relief package. As a bit of a background reminder, the Anchorage Assembly, in concert with the administration, conducted a thorough, weeks-long public process to allocate funds originating from the CARES Act to address the enormous challenges that COVID-19 presents to our community. So far, more than $88 million has been allocated for direct economic stimulus, which included rent and mortgage assistance and grants to small businesses and nonprofits. While Emergency Order 16 created acute economic challenges that affect some businesses more than others, we all recognize the need to provide immediate economic relief to those most impacted. The administration went through the previous allocations and identified roughly $15.4 million that should be reallocated to provide that economic relief, while Congress continues to work toward another stimulus package. The Anchorage Assembly previously allocated $12 million to pay for FEMA's local match requirement for disaster funds. However, recently, the state of Alaska has committed to pay this match, meaning these funds are no longer needed for that purpose. The remaining $3.4 million comes from funds that were appropriated for mental health crisis response, which, as every member of the Assembly knows, will now be funded through the alcohol tax. Assembly Resolution 2024-26 redirects those funds to 4 oversubscribed economic relief programs. $7.4 million will go towards the rental and mortgage assistance program. This program has kept more than 5,600 Anchorage families in their homes throughout this crisis, and additional funding will allow that to continue into the new year. $6.4 million will go towards grants to small businesses impacted by the modified hunker down order, including restaurants, bars, and entertainment businesses. This $6.4 million is in addition to the approximately $7 million remaining in the Small Business Program Fund, which will be deployed in the coming days. After this resolution passes, the remaining funds to deploy to small businesses will total $13.4 million. $1 million will go towards the voucher program, or as we are more commonly referring to it as, is the gift card program that provides individuals and families with gift cards for basic needs such as groceries, medication, diapers, and gas. Since launching this program late last week, we have received almost 20,000 applications, with 16,000 verified as eligible. And then finally, $600,000 will go toward the United Way and Alaska Hospitality and Retailers Association's Meals Program, which pays local restaurants to provide meals to families who are struggling to make ends meet. In 5 short weeks, the program has employed 7 restaurants to provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 29 sites, providing more than 20,000 meals to those in need. This extra funding will allow these restaurant employees to continue to work while feeding children and families. So I look forward to any questions that the Assembly has after the public hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Backenstead. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go back to the public hearing. Next, we're going to call Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Haberman. This is Felix Rivera. We are on item 15A on our agenda, Resolution AR 2020-426. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Eugene Carl Haberman. Thank you. I've been on Sunday meeting, so first part. On this item, you noted account 10100. Where is that account? You say a reserve account. Is that the CARES Act funds that you got from the feds? Or is this the reserve account that the overall city's has in case of emergencies and you're dipping in that? That's number one, because it's not clear there, except I was hearing the administration's presentation just before you called me, and it got cut in and missed the last part. Now, the other thing is concerned is this. With all due respect, I stated a long time ago, when issues concerning COVID, it's even more to have a conversation with the public before you make a decision. And how have you done this item? 2:45 in the afternoon on Friday, you introduced the item in a special meeting of the Assembly. And then Tuesday night, tonight, you're having a public hearing on it. Where is the conversation, where is the dialogue, and where is the information so there's a clear picture of how you're spending the money? And is it appropriate to where it's going? And has there been an audit, by the way, of all this money that's been going out, dealing with CARES Act funds? Has it been watched carefully? Because obviously there has been a significant distance from the Assembly and administration in handling this emergency because of the emergency orders that the Assembly has granted. And that distance has created a question mark is how is the funds are being appropriated. Now, the other part I'd like to address is recognizing these organizations that are in there, interplay in this thing, and it keeps on popping up, the United Way and the Hospitality Association. Well, the Hospitality Association, yes, I know what that is, and the fact is, it represents certain organizations of that industry as they're a member, but where's the fairness? Isn't there a certain bias for certain members, maybe of the restaurants that are not members of that organization, and then they are playing a part to awarding the monies and grants or whatever to these entities? I mean, I'm concerned about the distance that the city, municipality of Anchorage, has done with the CARES Act funds, monies dealing with the issue, in respect to leaving it to private sector operations, and they're the ones that are having a play and awarding the stuff, and that's wrong. And I fear for that when we go into look in and do an audit and the parties and playing into this situation, there will be a concern is how did that happen? And one way it happened is giving people outside of the arm of the municipality of Anchorage, and they're going to be handling out the money and distributing and so forth and setting up these programs. And I'm sorry, but that's not fair, and we got to have no bias, and my time is up. And with all due respect, and by the way, for the record, I don't recall you ever doing initial audience participation with telephonic. I was listening to the meeting. I did sign up. Bye.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Susan Grobler, and I own a small fitness studio here in Anchorage. My business was shut down for over 2 months, and since it's had to deal with all of the mandates. The fitness industry is one of the segments of the community that has been hit very hard financially. Currently, I can only fit 7 people into my studio at a time per class. Revenue is down 50%, and profit is in the red. Other fitness studios have shut down A lot will never reopen. With the current mandate, it is hard to make a profit off of any group fitness class. At this point, we are barely keeping the lights on. I appreciate you trying to get more funding in addition to all the funding you've already slotted for the community. I was just talking to Bronson Fry in line to testify earlier this evening, and he sends his thanks because the rent relief money allowed his tenant to pay rent so that he could pay the mortgage. I think that's great. But where's the rest of the money? Where's the rest of the money? And that was slotted for the people and for the businesses. Credit has been taken on the municipality website, but as far as I know, a lot of the money is still in the Muni bank account. On October 13th, I sat here until midnight to watch you vote to allocate $7 million to small businesses, this time thankfully also allowing my franchise business to apply for funding. The problem is that so far it is only allocated, not dispersed. To this day, only 1.7 million of that specific batch of money has been given to the community, since you specified that section strictly for the hospitality industry. Where is the rest of it? We needed it in May, we really needed it in October, and now we are desperate to receive it before the end of the year. I'm failing to understand what the holdup is. I have held off on asking for rent relief from my landlord, but without this funding, I will have to. I have kept every single one of my employees employed, but without this money, we're going to have to cut hours. We're going to have to start cutting employees. Earlier this evening, you said this only affects bars and restaurants. First, that isn't remotely true, with all of the attachments of the EO16. And second, those businesses all employ others and pay vendors. They have contracts to uphold. Although you may not personally have been financially impacted by this pandemic, the financial burden is trickling through the community. All this to say, this money distribution cannot wait until next week. It cannot wait another day. We need it today. The only reason you should vote yes on this is if there is a payout date the Muni must meet, something that keeps the MOA accountable to getting the money into the hands of the people today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Thank you for coming in. I think we've spoken since the money was to be allocated. So are you asking why it's taken the municipality so long to disperse those funds that we authorized back in October?
Correct. I'm asking why it's been 2 months and we haven't even been able to apply. My segment hasn't been able to apply for the money even at this point.
Well, I'm sure we can address the administration and see if they can go on record at some point and let us know.
Thank you.
I'd love to have them. Can one of you ask them? And maybe they can go on record tonight. Is that an option? Through the chair?
When we get to deliberation, that's
great. Thank you. I would really appreciate that.
Thanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I have a question for you quickly. Is there like a advocacy group for gyms? Because I recognize gyms have been shut down pretty effectively, and they haven't had someone organizing them into a group that speaks. And what we saw with the hospitality money is organized voices were able to be more effective. And so I hope that there is one. Is there such a group?
I don't know if there's one in the state of Alaska or in Anchorage in particular. I mean, the fitness industry is fairly small. Mm-hmm. We're pretty tight-knit, and we're all just really trying to keep the roof over our heads at this point. A lot of them have already shut down, so yeah, I mean, we're talking amongst each other, but we haven't created an advocacy group. We cannot fight. Like, we are not as big as the hospitality industry.
I would recommend that if there's 4 or 6 of you, you all get together and put a letter that says, these are our shared concerns, please help us. Because I think that there are some resources we could figure out. And I recognize that the fitness industry has been targeted and not seen.
Thank you. I mean, I've been here a lot, so
yeah, I know.
I'm advocating for the rest of them.
I hear you, and I would like a shared
voice. And I've written a lot too, but I will try to get them all on board. Any other questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Dustin Sherman. So while I support 2020-426 and you helping small businesses and trying to keep things going, I think that if you were to take the $10 million from the contact tracing and you were to add to that, you would help a lot more people. When I say that, Mr. Chair, actually I talked to you, I think last week on a question and answer thing, and I explained to you that I offered all my contact tracing to every state official that I could find, every city official I could find, and they didn't care. They didn't want to know it. In that process of me talking with you, you actually stated that you understand that you guys had lost control of that. So my question on that would be, how do you plan on getting control of that? I don't really see that throwing money at something like that is going to get you back in control. The thing is, I think you're going to have to, as much as you don't want to, I think you're going to have to trust the people like myself that are willing to offer that information up. And I think you're going to have people that are willing to take it. That's I think, what's going to have to happen. So while I do support this, 2020-426, I think that if you were to put that money toward this, you would help a lot more people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brian Feltz. I've come to you guys before, and specifically with the CARES Act money. I know before I was very much against some of your guys' plans for it, and this I can get behind and support. I am, however, a little flustered and frustrated like many other people that we're just now getting to this point. I also think personal beliefs that we could mitigate a lot of further needs by going ahead and opening back up our economy and putting personal accountability and responsibility back in the hands of individuals and recognizing their rights to do those things and make those choices. And if they're uncomfortable, it's not for you here to decide what my safety level risk is, because I can expose myself to those things and make informed decisions. I don't need another parent or group of parents at this point. And I don't think that you're getting a lot of people that will actually come and make time because they don't want to wear a mask. And there's a large majority of folks that aren't really trying to have a conversation about that. And I'm open to having conversation with you guys offline and trying to convince you and change your mind. But I would implore you, please, please open us back up. Because a lot of our dollars are going to the valley. My personal dollars, I'm going to the valley, where I have personal choice and accountability and where my funds go. And that's having a direct trickle down here in Anchorage, just because of inconvenience and because of frustration and many other things that I don't think I could articulate right now because it's so emotionally attached for me. But I'm trying to implore you, please open up Anchorage, lessen your restrictions, and ask for more help on the resources we need. I know that FEMA can give us more resources. We can set up more beds. We can set up more anything. The sky's the limit. But it's really disheartening when people meet me at a gas station for the first time and I'm being polite and they were an Alaskan, have left Alaska and say that it's better somewhere else than it is here in Alaska, and they can feel the fear that we have now. It's been a sense of pride for me my entire life to say I'm Alaskan and I'm hardy. And it was literally today that I heard that message. So please, just reconsider what we're doing and opening back up. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Mr. Feltz, are you a small business owner?
I actually am. And it's very difficult to conduct my small business with all of the different things, and I don't know that it'll survive. I did take advantage of the COVID relief from the state and started a small business for this year with hope to grow and give back, but it's been really stringent on my time and effectiveness to be successful.
You seemed pretty adamant that you knew about FEMA and why you think we could be able to get more funds and how that's working. Can you explain a little bit about how you know that?
Well, it's similar to what we had with the earthquake. I mean, we can go back, and although we have had an event happen, we have our knowns known now. We have things like therapeuticals. Although the vaccine isn't the end-all, cure-all, we have therapeuticals, right, or that can be addressed. Just like the earthquake, we can reach back to that point of origination with FEMA and ask for more funds that are tied to that event of unforeseen things that were secondary and tertiary. I can't get into all of it, but there is training that I have done with that, yes.
So, my last one, Chair. So, Mr. Feltz, I'm just going to say it. So you're military, so you understand the inner workings of how FEMA runs. Is that correct?
I understand defense supports civil authorities and how FEMA works with state and local disaster response, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Tompkins, and I just want to point out some things that I heard that I did a little bit of math in my head or on my phone. He said there was about $1 billion that are going to gift cards for families and 16,000 applicants. That comes down to $62 per applicant. That's not very much. And I heard that you guys said that you scraped money together to put this forward. Why didn't this happen before your emergency order came out, or the week, even during the emergency order the week warning that you gave us? Why didn't this come out sooner? And if there's $10 million to spend on contact tracing, this is like a slap in the face to small businesses and families. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Ms. Tompkins, can you just tell me what district or who your assembly members are, please?
I believe it's District 6, and that's Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidnow. I'm in the district. Mr. Paris Verdia is my representative, and I don't have a second representative because Quinn Davison has been appointed for acting mayor. I have the same question that one person in front of me had. You have $7 million that have been already allocated. This whole thing has started the beginning of the year. Why have these $7 million not been distributed, regardless of if you're allocating extra funds? I also want to say, why does she have to have a group to speak for her to get help from this body? She should not have to. Mr. Constant said they should get together and they talk. You have heard testimony after testimony after testimony from individual business owners, and now you're telling them in December you need a group to advocate for you. That's again a slap in the face of the individual business owners. And it's wonderful if you consider more funding, but you completely missed the boat when the people needed it the most, because the businesses that are already under, it doesn't do them any good what you decide now, because they're done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening. I'm not sure of the rules. I take the mask off, is that all right? My name is Bronson Fry, B-R-O-N-S-O-N, last name Fry, F-R-Y-E. I don't have a great deal of prepared remarks this evening. I did come by because I have something that I think is important for you to hear. There's been a lot of passionate testimony I've heard different times. This evening I was here earlier. I'm not an expert on a lot of things, in fact, very few things. But I do have something I want to say with equal passion to the other testimony this evening, and that is thank you. Thank you, thank you for the work that you've done, which is not easy. One of the definitions of leadership that I think is the finest is doing the right thing for the right reason, even if that's not the easy thing to do. You all have been tasked with a really tough job and a really tough time, and it's been scary for all of us. Myself, I'm not a wealthy guy, I'm a construction guy. I've invested in a small fourplex in East Anchorage. It's basically where I chose to invest my money. One of my tenants referees basketball games. That's what he does. So whenever all the basketball games got shut down, there was shared concern there. You know, I'm not going to evict anybody in the middle of winter anyway, even, you know, just on the principle of the thing. But I was scared, I'm worried. I mean, I don't have deep pockets. So, you know, if he hadn't been able to pay rent, that money would have come out of my pocket straight up. And he was able to go down, called 211, that was it, that's all he did. And was able to go down, take a copy of his rental agreement, and was able to get January's rent paid today. And that was because of you guys. I came down here twice. I had to go home and came back just now because I heard you're still at it. So I want to say thank you. And I want to say that with the equal passion that I've heard everybody else in here slamming the table. I saw one guy get hauled out of here in handcuffs. To each his own. But I got the chance to come down here and express a little bit of gratitude, and I wanted to do that. So at the bottom of my heart, I'd like to say thank you to the Anchorage Assembly for the fine work you're doing.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
You said your first name is Bronson?
Bronson, B-R-O-N-S-O-N.
So I kind of saw that chain of email, and though I disagree, and my peers disagree with me on a lot of issues, they do work hard. And even though we disagree, they do work hard. And Mr. Weddleton is the one that sent you that email to say, hey, can you come back down? Isn't that accurate? Or was...
I didn't see any chain emails, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't.
Well, thank you for coming back down.
Did you email me? I'm sorry.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but thank you for thanking everybody. So I
Yeah.
just want to say that I appreciate them too,
Yeah.
but we are going to disagree a lot.
Well, I appreciate you too.
Thank you,
This
thank you,
this isn't a discriminating gratitude here. This is for all of you. It's not an easy job. Like I said, doing the right thing for the right reason, even if it's not the easy thing to do, even if there's differences on what that path is. And today, something good happened because of what y'all are doing, and I just wanted you to know that. So thank you.
Thank you. I have another question from Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Bronson. So I had an email, I don't know if everybody got it, but from a local real estate broker, and she was very mad because it appeared to her that our rent relief funds were going to the individuals in need and not to the landlords. And I replied back, I think that all of the funds are going directly to the landlords. Did the funds come to you or through someone?
As I understand it, my tenant went down at I want to say Lutheran Social Services, like in helping administer. He took a copy of the rental agreement, filled out a form. They wrote a check in my name, gave it to him.
So
and he came and gave it to me. And I put it in the account, and his rent in January and February is good.
Thank you very much.
Straight up. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Welcome. My name's Charles McKee, and I am here representing the McKee Trust because I'm the beneficiary of the trust, and it was filed in 2017 so therefore I'm a private American national, a Susquehanna, a de jure private civilian American national. And I had presented this information to the Assembly.
Sir, before you continue, I just want to remind you, we're on public testimony for the item that we have before us. So
yes.
we're not yet on final audience participation.
And I wanted to reiterate my status as an American national. And I'd given this information in 2017, and it alludes to the fact that there's a banking system, a private banking system, a public banking system, and then a court of intermediary banks of transfer, which is a bar association's court system, and it's not of credit creation system. Therefore, that credit is being extracted from the individuals going before the court because they are listed as missing. They're listed as, and you've already had this information before you, so I whistleblowed in 2017 to the city, to the state, the fact that they are having dark money transfer to the private court system, to the Bar Association, through your treasury in 2017 before COVID. So this extraction of credit and the creation of credit is based off our birth certificate, and the creator is who is on trial. When you go to court, they ask you who you are. You tell them your name. You just blaspheme the Holy Spirit. If you've accepted Jesus Christ already prior to that. So they want to steal your credit. They want you to step off the plate, the baseball diamond, you're at home plate. They want you to transfer your credit to their possession and also blaspheme the Holy Spirit, the creator of the creation, because it's all based off the birth certificate of the individual, male or female, in Alaska, in America, every state. nationwide. So that we're talking about credit creation, we're talking about the basis of the economy, and based off the birth certificate of the living, incarcerated or not.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Can I ask what the current testimony is regarding, if my testimony is appropriate to this? I saw it up there. Is there a later period for public testimony for previous issues?
There is a final audience participation. Yep, you'll be able to testify on previous issues. Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Chair, I'd like to mention a possible conflict.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to start out with a conversation. A potential conflict is I own a small business that is sometimes would qualify for the funds that the city would send out, and I've agreed that I won't apply for any of the funds that the city would send out. So it avoids any conflicts on these things.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So I will make the same ruling as I've made previously and before that, that since you are not going to be applying for any of these funds, that you do not have a conflict. Okay, with that, is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
No, I get to keep going then. I want to, a couple of people have mentioned the $10 million for the contact tracing, and I just want to check with Mr. Slivka. Could we use that money for small business relief, please?
Through the chair, Member Weddleton, no. That's specific money specifically designated for contact tracing, so it cannot be used for a different purpose.
Okay, just to make clear, who designated it?
So it's federal grant money designated through the state of Alaska specifically for the health department related purpose of contact tracing.
And we cannot redesignate it to small business to help them?
No, we have a signed grant agreement with the state that we will use the money specifically for the purpose we have delineated, which is contact tracing.
All right, thank you. If I could just continue. Okay, well, I will support this. I think it's obvious and should gain total popularity amongst us. You know, earlier in the meeting, we were asked to do something somewhat symbolic to show support for small business and for rent assistance and so on. And instead of doing something symbolic, this is something very real. We're being chastised for being late, and I would agree it's very frustrating that a lot of these funds haven't gotten out quicker, and there's no question, but we are definitely heading that way, and this is a big chunk that will help out. So I offer full support. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Similar to Mr. Weddleton, I fully support this item, and I do ask the administration to look closely. I've been reached out to by a number of folks who support the hospitality industry, but who aren't direct hospitality providers. One in particular is a small wholesaler of cold brew coffee whose business has died because their restaurant clientele is gone. And also the gyms. I'm hopeful that we can find a way to add in fitness centers as a targeted area in one of these programs that we have, because I know a number of operators of these facilities who are struggling. So for my part, I know that each of these sections has a specific statement of to this targeted group, but not limited to, that you would find within that but not limited to section of the document to include gyms and maybe some limited wholesalers to restaurants.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the administration about specifically the voucher program. So my question is, I was speaking with someone today about this from the ERTF, and they were saying that they were worried that folks were going to have to go through a second round of applications for this money. And so I'm curious about how it's going to roll out. Can we take this $1 million and add it to the other $1 million, but use the same pool of applicants and get all the money out the door at the same time? That is, can we get all this money out the door, before Christmas, for example? That was sort of the date that this person was particularly concerned about. And so I guess that question is for Mr. Schutte or anyone else who might be on the online and able to answer the question about the voucher program.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. And the short answer to your question is yes. It just depends on how quickly the contractor can turn around, procure the additional gift cards that make up the individual living expenses vouchers, and then turn around and get those out. As many of you are aware, you saw in the weekly Assembly newsletter that we provide, the voucher program is a heavily oversubscribed program. So there is a very long wait list of individuals that could be eligible for an additional tranche of funding. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up there, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So just to put a finer point on it, Mr. Schutte, if we approve this money tonight, there won't be, for example, a second round of applications. Is that correct? Because you will go to the people that have already applied and apply this money to some of the other folks that, were in the original application period that made it oversubscribed. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Dunbar, that would be the way that this additional $1 million would be added to the first pot.
Okay. So it's not an application period that might slow this down. It's literally the like physical cards or some other kind of processing that has to be done by the contractor. Yes?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then I'll just say briefly, of course, I'm very much in support of this resolution. I appreciate the state has agreed to cover the FEMA expenses that we thought we were going to have to cover, and speaking to one of the earlier testifiers who was saying, why didn't we do this earlier? A lot of it was because we thought this money was spoken for. And now that we know that it's not, I think this is a very good use of it to give it to renters who desperately need it, to give it directly to families who need it, to give it to small businesses who are struggling, and hopefully with particular attention paid to the hospitality industry. So I look forward to voting for this tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I want to thank the administration for putting this package together for us to consider. There are two parts in particular that I want to talk about. So first is the voucher or gift card program. So this program came out of the ERTF of a specific committee there, which I actually had a hand in creating, in large part because I was worried there was a big part of the conversation that was not being covered. It was being missed. And for those who don't know, the ERTF is the Economic Resiliency Task Force, co-chaired by Bill Popp with AEDC and Julie Soppe with Visit Anchorage. So question for the administration. When we first put this forward in August, I think the administration had a tough time thinking about how exactly they were going to implement the program. So can you describe that process, about how you went about selecting someone to run the program and some of the difficulties that you faced?
Sure. Through the chair, again, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. You summarized it very well. That has been one of the challenges with any of the relief programs, is finding entities with the bandwidth or the capacity to take on the responsibilities that were asked of them. For this one in particular, it was uniquely challenging for a couple reasons. One, it was the byproduct of some very specific thinking by the Equity and Inclusion Subcommittee of the ERTF, and for that reason was a very untested approach to providing direct relief to families and individuals. It's a pilot program, and I think the pilot phase so far is demonstrating that it is very successful, or at least in very high demand. So over the intervening months, we worked to find contractors who would be able to fold this into their portfolio, ultimately settling on the contractor that is managing the program currently, the Business Boutique out of Mountain View, because of our relationship with them as an existing vendor of the municipality, and also due to the involvement of the CEO of that entity in the Equity and Inclusion Working Group in helping to dream up how to deliver relief directly to residents of Anchorage. So we, working with the Office of Equal Opportunity, the ERTF and others, we settled on the Business Boutique as the most eligible vendor to manage the program, and then the rest of it is procurement history.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Yeah, so the dollars were allocated in August, and it was quite a process to figure out how to run the program and find someone to actually run the program, which didn't happen until November. So wish we had been able to do that sooner. But overall, glad to see that, just based on reports that I've seen, that it has been a wonderful success, and there has been a huge need and thousands of applications. I think that's in large part because this is one of the only programs which helps individuals and families, and most of our other programs were targeted to businesses. The second part I wanted to highlight was the food security program, which I briefly talked about at a previous Rules Committee meeting. Members may remember me talking about the Newark Working Kitchens program, which this one is based off of, among other models. So this program has helped to deliver over 20,000 meals to individuals and has helped the transportation industry, both TNCs and taxis, as well as catering companies who have been underbooked recently, and has helped 7 restaurants stay open and employ dozens of people who may otherwise be underemployed or unemployed. So I think this is a great innovative idea that will help a lot of industries and individuals. I think overall this package is really going to help our small businesses and individuals who are suffering, but we can't possibly meet all of the need. So that's why I'm hopeful that Congress will do its job before they recess and pass another federal stimulus package. But for now, this is what we can do, and I urge your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to be, I'm a yes on this, but I just have a couple questions just for clarification. Maybe the administration can answer this question. We did vote on this, and one of the gals that came up here testified, why did we vote on this? I think she said October 13th. I thought it was later, but why did it take so long? And when we are distributing the funds, and maybe Chair Rivera, since he was part of that program for the vouchers, could you explain how much again, repeat, how many people will be receiving and how much they will get per person for the voucher program? And then my last question would be, doing research, I honestly, I'll have to tell everybody on the Assembly, the public, the administration, I just don't think the lottery program is fair. You have people that have been applied back in June, and they're not receiving it. And I just think that they're applying because they need it at that time, but then you might have someone who applies in December, and now they're getting it. So I want to suggest that maybe we reevaluate. I've spoken to many people who are doing it by the lottery, and I just think that's something we all need to reconsider about the lottery. So if administration and maybe Chair can answer a couple of those questions, I would appreciate it.
Thanks. I think just to clarify for the record, I did help and instigate the creation of the Equity and Inclusion Task Force, but that was all that I did. They did all of the work. So I will go ahead and allow Mr. Schutte, maybe you could answer both of those questions. I believe Ms. Allard's first question was on the $7 million and why it's taken so long to get that one out, and then the voucher/gift card program.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll actually do them in reverse order because I think she asked about the voucher program first. So through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, at the suggestion of the program administrator, the individual or family value, the value of the gift cards per voucher recipient, is designed to be flexible because as a pilot program, nobody knew how successful the program would be. So under the existing rules, individuals are eligible to receive up to $200 worth of gift cards from local area businesses to provide those daily necessities. Families are eligible for up to $400. And the reason I say the up to part is that it was going to be dependent on need so that the individual value of the total gift card package could be adjusted depending on how successful or how undersubscribed the program ends up being. Obviously, it's very, very popular, and so there would be downward pressure on the value of individual gift cards. But adding the additional funds tonight to it will help us sustain what I think is a meaningful amount, 200 for individuals or 400 for families, but provide those benefits to more individuals and more families. Moving to the second question related to small business relief, I think we agree with you 100%, as does our contractor for the program. And so the current proposal prepared by the contractor is to provide funds for both types of applicants. So as you referenced, the original $1 million and $5 million grant programs were both very oversubscribed as well. We still have a number of those oversubscribed individuals, or as we call them, waitlisted applicants from the last round, the second round, and we intend to distribute a portion, actually the largest portion of this of the remaining funds of the small business program to that group, meaning anybody who went through the trouble to apply for this program during the round 2 application period and was a qualified applicant but was not selected from the lottery, they will be automatically advanced to a special selection period, and they are eligible for up to 500 of these grants for this round 3 program. In addition, of that group of waitlisted applicants, there are a number of them who are franchises, and that was the only reason that they were disqualified, is because franchises were not previously allowed. Of course, that is no longer the case at the direction of the Assembly. So of the applicants who applied before that were disqualified for being franchises, they will also be awarded these grants by virtue of this next round of funding. And then lastly, there is a portion of that funding that will be set aside for another round because there are still businesses out there that did not apply during either of the small business application windows. So we do want to make it available again for more businesses. Additionally, we've suggested to the contractor that we modify the eligibility criteria, because we did hear in the last round that the cap on employees and the cap on annual gross revenue was actually restrictive. And there were a number of medium-sized local businesses, for example, that are facing many of the same headwinds that other businesses are facing during the pandemic. They were disqualified because they're slightly more successful than, say, a smaller neighbor. So we have increased the gross annual revenue limits, and we have eliminated the cap on employee numbers so that more mid-sized businesses would also be eligible to apply in round 3. Thank you.
Chair, can I just do a quick follow-up? Mr. Schutte, if I'm not mistaken, there's about $9.5 million that the Cook Inlet Housing has in people waiting for dollars. How much are we actually dispersing? $7 million to Cook Inlet Housing? Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yeah, through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, of that number of the people that were not funded in round 2, there's funding in this round for $5 million worth of those waitlisted applicants. That would be 500 small businesses. Plus, on top of that, there's an additional amount of money, let me see here, about $120,000 for the 12 waitlisted franchises who applied but were denied because they were franchises. The rest of the money beyond that would be available for the round 3 new applicant pool.
So we're still 4.5 million short. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. The program is oversubscribed.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just a couple last notes. First, the first entity that brought to my attention the food security program was the thought leader for the downtown, and that's Amanda Moser in the Anchorage Downtown Partnership. And I wanted to say thank you to her for standing up for the businesses that are struggling. And the individual who should be celebrated greatly tonight, I think, is Jasmine Smith in the Business Boutique. That program was hard to stand up because these are really small amounts of money and they're distributed across a ton of potential individuals, thousands of people. And so none of the larger organizations wanted to get anywhere near this because of the nature of the work. It's small and detailed and all kinds of it. And so Jasmine is somebody I know who has late nights as late as I do and comes home to her family and takes care of business there too. And so I just wanted to say on the record, thank you to Jasmine and thank you to Amanda, because that's the hard work, getting these projects done and out there. created. And just to finish up the theme of my homily tonight of our relationship with the state, the only challenge to this, the reason this money was set aside, the $12 million, and put into the pool of funds where it was because we had intended to hold the taxpayer harmless in this process, that we did not want to see, if we could avoid it in any way, municipal taxpayers' property taxes go up. Now, we have the $10 million grant we received from the state, and we have our request to them to continue funding bond debt reimbursement. We have a soft commitment from the state that they will pay the FEMA match. Well, that's not in stone, and we certainly don't have that money in our hands. And so there is at least some downside risk of this decision tonight, taking care of the businesses and taking care of the individuals who need to be taken care of today, and the state not being able to meet its financial obligation that they're suggesting that they would take care of. And so if, in fact, that second scenario, as unlikely as it may or may not be, takes place, that this $12 million could actually end up being picked up by the taxpayer. So I want that to be clearly recognized, that we're doing this and we're doing it consciously because the need is now and we have to do it. And we are hopeful that the state will do their part in helping us meet the FEMA match so that the taxpayer, so that the resident, so that the person trying to pay the rent and keep the lights on is able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. France? Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 11A, ordinance number AO 2020-21 as amended, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.80 Civil Emergency to ensure that emergency powers can be exercised in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor or other delegated authority.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there a motion on the floor?
No, Mr. Chair.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll speak to that briefly.
You want to? Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm going to encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this motion to postpone indefinitely both this item and the next one. I think over the last year, both the public and the Assembly have seen a variety of items in our charter which need clarity. So rather than, I think, doing this as a piecemeal approach, I think it would be wiser for us to develop a much more public and robust approach to begin maybe in late spring, early summer of 2021 to delve into our charter, I think, in a much more holistic way. So I'm going to encourage folks to vote yes, put this item to bed, and then we'll come back to it next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0, so that item is postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11B, ordinance number AO 2020-22, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Charter, Article 5, the executive branch to permit delegation of the mayor's emergency powers.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on this? On the floor?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0, so that item is postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 641-2020A, non-encumbering contracts to 17 contractors for as-needed information technology services for the municipality of Anchorage. I understand we have a motion to approve on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Oops. Chair, I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I do think we need to do this, and I believe we spoke about this in our work session. My only issue is, truthfully, is that we are not recruiting from within the state of Alaska, in which I know we can. Our elections in the state of Alaska have been violated, and it's all under investigation. Some of it is, and some of it's not. There were over 100,000 people within the state of Alaska that their information was compromised. I would just like to go on record, I'm going to be outvoted on this, but I still think we should keep it within, and I think it should go to our local Alaskans. In the work session, they did state that they felt there were people that were qualified in the lower 48. This job is going out, if I'm not mistaken, anybody can correct me, to a company out in Seattle. But I did not hear during that work session that there weren't qualified persons or services within the state of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to thank Ms. Marshall and her team in the IT department for answering my barrage of questions. I recognize that there was really a lot, but to me, you know, there were certainly a lot of loose ends, a lot of unknowns, kind of a lot of broadness to this whole concept that I will say I still have concerns. I think one of my concerns is that we basically put out that we have this much money to these vendors, and we just say that, you know, this is kind of already approved. Here you go. What can you do for this amount? And I understand there's a little more fine-tuning and crafting to that in the end, but I still think that there's just some things about this that make me uncomfortable. Fortunately, though, it's not uncomfortable enough to vote no on it. I do think that there are some parameters provided there, especially with bidding out for some of these that they still have to comply and compete for. So anyway, so I will vote yes on this, but again, you know, my thanks to the IT department for all the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I appreciate the concerns that Ms. Allard and Kennedy said, but you know, when I look at this, we are often told, you know, government should run like a business, and we don't. And a lot of it is purchasing because it's public money, and there's this long process. It's very slow and cumbersome to spend money for sometimes some really simple things. Like you can see some things that come to us that it's just pretty shocking to me that they have to check with us first. And what they've done here is they've taken mostly Alaska companies here and pre-qualified them, so when they need help, they go to them quickly. And the alternative is the normal procedure where you got a problem, you need help quick, you write an RFP, you get your bids in, then they come to us, and you get approval, and all of this can take months. And so I like this. This is for IT, which is critical. If they got a problem, they know who to go to, they built a relationship with it, and they get the job done quick and easy. So I like this. This is bringing efficiency to our IT department.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I wanted to respond to Mr. Weddleton because you're right. We should run more like a business more efficiently. But I also want to state that we're in an economic downturn. Like we have people in Alaskans that are really suffering. So for me, the best business decision would to keep the money in our state. But thank you. I appreciate your opinion on that.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 11D, ordinance number AO 2020-117S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing for business personal property tax relief to eligible taxpayers financially impacted by government orders.
Reading.
Thank you. I understand we have a motion to approve on the floor. We have a variety of amendments, so let's go through those. We have Weddleton Amendment number 1. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1. And where is this on? Oh.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Weddleton?
I got the right one. Sorry, that's 2. Weddleton Amendment 1 is in Section 2, page 2 at line 28, simply deletes the requirement that the business had no more than 20 total full-time or part-time employees at any one time in 2020.
Second.
Thank you. It was already seconded. Okay, any further discussion, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, just briefly. You know, it's a little tricky to, you know, it's kind of an odd phrasing here to say full or part-time employees. I mean, you could do that, but usually it's how many full-time equivalents, and just with the mix of businesses, it's kind of an odd constraint, and particularly when there's already a constraint that says had less than 1 million in gross revenue. So if a goal here is to restrict this to smaller businesses, that does it very cleanly, and going by the number of employees is a little unusual, I think, for this kind of thing, and it's not necessary.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support this. I actually am pleased to see this come forward because I'm all for reducing some of the barriers and parameters that we're using to that might actually keep people from taking advantage of this. So the fact that if everybody's agreeable to that, I think this would be makes this a better document. Knowing that we have so many different kinds of businesses, particularly, and not really knowing the idea of how many are full-time or part-time. Anyway, I appreciate the idea that we're loosening up some of the restrictions a bit, and this will do that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. Next, we have Weddleton Amendment number 2. Is there a motion?
Move Weddleton Amendment 2.
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, this would change in Section 3, page 2, starting at line 40, would delete the last sentence that reads, all discounts are contingent on the availability of eligible federal or state grant funding. If grant funding is insufficient, discounts shall be prorated. I got a second, right?
Yeah,
so I can speak on it.
Yep.
You know, if we're going to do this, we should do it for real and not say, you know, it's contingent on something that may or may not happen. This just, to me, makes it not real. Are we going to do it or are we not going to do it? We were told that this could be probably a maximum of $3 million. And I don't know, I'm not comfortable with this if it's not real, and this makes it real. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this question, but I do know that what happens if we do this is the liability shifts to another taxpayer. And so what that effectively looks like in all likelihood, unless we have an extraordinary year with the trust, is that this will be a property taxpayer increase. And so while, yes, we may be able to cut the budget, and yes, but the fact is the other expenses are going to be there, and we're going to have to sort through that. It's either that or a substantial cut of programs that we are targeting from a point where we can't see. And so those argue against. What argues for is, again, relief for these individuals who are struggling right now. And so what we're doing is dipping into the purse of the future to pay today. And that's serious, and we need the public to understand that's what we're doing, not just that we're making a decision that you don't have to pay taxes and there's no cost to it. So for that, it's a serious question.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Constant, and maybe we can possibly think about in the future of where we could cut in our budget, because these people need it, and it's about today. And I just hope you really think about, I know you have, we need to help what we have in front of us today. And I know it's hard to sit there and say, oh, okay, well, what about the future we're supposed to look toward? I get it, but today these people are struggling. And I share that. I'm a property owner, but these people that are going to be receiving this, they're property owners too. And I just feel it's my duty at this point of what's going on with our economy and what the administration and the Assembly's put through, that we support it. And I would, anything we can do in the future to cut somewhere else. And I understand you have a lot of thought. You put a lot of thought in this. So I'm just asking you to vote yes on this.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, excuse me, this for me is at the crux of this this entire item, because at our work session, it was clear that it's being brought forward as a framework for how we might spend the money if we have the money, and it felt very uncomfortable to me to be putting something out there as an indication to the public that if we get this money, here's how we might spend it, and it concerns me that it is creating an expectation or creating a message that is confusing, and so this amendment, as Mr. Weddleton says, makes it real, but it also directly puts the burden back on the city and the residents of the city to fund it. And so I guess I need to hear from the administration, if this amendment passed, what would this mean to our budget, and does the administration have sort of an opinion about this amendment and how it would affect us?
This is Alex Lipka, CFO. I think Mr. Constant captured it correctly. You're obligating an amount of money that has to be paid for somehow. So it's either going to get paid for out of taxes or it's going to get paid for out of budget cuts, but the money isn't going to come from heaven. So you're either going to lay off some policemen and firemen, or you're going to shift some tax burden, but that choice is going to rest with you.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, just one final comment. This is why I think that it's not responsible for us to move forward, not only on this amendment, but this entire item. I think that once we receive the funds, then we go to the process of allocating those. But to create a framework for spending money that we don't have doesn't seem to be responsible. So I will be a no on this amendment, and I will be a no on the overall item. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant? Thank you. Ms. Zolotow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this ordinance and framework, I believe, is real and meaningful without this amendment. It specifically addresses the implementation concerns that we've heard tonight about delay. What it does is it sets up the framework so we're ready to go. And in fact, we're not only ready to go, we're utilizing a process that's already in place. I understand why Mr. Weldon wants to bring this, or has brought this amendment, but I believe the risks are too great to move forward where we could have a significant first quarter budget obligation that we can't quite get our arms around in terms of the impact. I still think there are some unknowns going into 2021. I hope that we'll be in a good position at first quarter budget revisions, but also by having this come out of our general operating budget versus being grant dependent, I think it could possibly delay the possibility of moving quickly should federal relief come soon. So while I appreciate the amendment, I am a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard, on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Slefka said something very interesting. He said, well, unless we want to cut for police and firefighters. Well, making a comment like that, I mean, we can cut our budget anywhere we want. So it doesn't necessarily have to come from police and firefighters. So I find that an unfair statement. But he did say we could cut. We could cut from our budget. Let's save our economy. Let's sacrifice a little bit and cut in places that, honestly, we can cut in. John is a business owner. He is, I think, unless I'm to be corrected, is the only one up here who is. And he knows a lot of what's going on within our economy. He has a lot of friends. And I trust John's judgment. So I'm going to support this, John. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I have to say that Ms. Zolotel and I have worked pretty closely on trying to make this whole concept a little more palatable, and it really did come down to the question of whether or not we were going to look at a funding source. You know, of course, you know that I decided, or in my original ordinance, thought that we didn't really need a funding source. We would just deal with less revenue from that particular department. And but what this does, I believe, the way I look at it, is it doesn't go back to that original stand, and it doesn't stop us from using federal or state grant funds. What it really does is it gives us options. Because we're going to be looking at that certification deadline and waiting for people to turn in their applications, we actually have some time by which we can decide where the best source of funding needs to come from. So if there are federal or state grants, if we have fund balance, those would all be potential sources. So I don't see where making this amendment and deleting that statement actually precludes us from doing any of the above. So I think we ought to go ahead and do that, and then when first quarter budget comes around, which we know that it's going to happen, and we'll have a better sense of where any kinds of funds are coming from, and then we'll be able to just determine where the best way is to actually fund this. So I think it doesn't hurt us. I think it actually helps us, gives us more options. So I'll support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That amendment fails 6-4. Next, we have Zolotel Amendment number 3. Is there a motion?
I move Zolotel Amendment number 3.
Is there a second?
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment incorporates suggestions by the administration, cleans up some of the language to direct it submissions to Treasury, also includes that excuse me, that there is a bit of third-party verification if it's a grant administered. So while the initial certification forms will be as utilizing that process that we've talked about when business personal property tax valuations are submitted, as those move through a process, if this is funded, then there's a little bit more of verification, which is what's used in our current COVID-19 grant programs. And I think that's it, but if I've missed anything, Mr. Bockenstead could talk a little bit more specifically and probably can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, question for the administration. Shifting this way, do you foresee a change in the statement of economic effects, the potential pool of recipients?
Through the chair, Alex Slivka. I don't think that this cleans up a lot of the operational stuff. It allows us to use a third party so we don't have to hire staff. But I don't think it changes anything in terms of what the potential payout could be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment.
Sorry, this is new, so I'm kind of doing some math here. So any business who paid personal property tax could get $5,000, and it's not to exceed. I mean, any subject, they were closed or, they're below $1 million revenue. But any of them would get $5,000 or up to, so it's not to exceed. I mean, so who would get $2,500? What would cause that to happen, for example?
Through the chair, I think the
Mr. Chair, I can jump in and answer that question. This is Jason Bockenstedt.
Go ahead.
I think as through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, as we were working through this, as the ordinance as proposed was, we understood that if there was an additional federal relief package that came to Anchorage, we were going to have to go through the normal appropriation process again with the Assembly. And at that point in time, I think we would work out some of the more additional details on, which businesses may only receive $2,500, or depending on how much we receive, we just made the decision that every single business should get $5,000. But some of that, I think, is still a little bit up in the air because we're not 100% sure what the future relief package is going to look like. We just know that we were going to have to go through a process again at some point in the future with the Assembly.
All right, thanks. I guess I'm still trying to absorb this, but I mean, that comment, we've gone away from Ms. Altel had said that the nice thing about this is it sets up a framework, so should we get that money, we can get it out there really quick. And then what I'm hearing now is, well, we're actually kind of backtracking, and if we get the money to do this, then we're going to figure out how we're going to do it. So it puts us back kind of what we've been typically doing if we got more federal or state funds to help with coronavirus. So I think this almost goes backwards from Ms. Altel's intent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just respond briefly. I think from our perspective, through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, from our perspective, I don't think it is necessarily going to go backwards or necessarily slow the process down. We know that we are going to have to come back to the Assembly and say we get another $156 million. We know we're going to have to come back to the Assembly and say, we want you to appropriate this money to this program. And as soon as that happens, I think we will be able to go directly to a third-party administrator that we have used for all of our COVID-19 grant programs now and get the money out relatively quickly, especially if we're waiting until March 1st after the deadline passes. So I don't think it will necessarily add too much additional time to the actual process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk briefly on that point. Part of this is to streamline the process for the applicants as well, or for the business personal property tax or these tax filers. They're already doing this one step. When we put out our our CARES Act and COVID-19 relief surveys, some of the responses we got back was, I didn't hear about the application process until it was too late, or the application process was really hard. So the self-certification piece to this, tied to a process that already exists, does two things. One, it builds it into a process that's already pretty well known to these particular tax filers. And two, it quite frankly gives us a valuation of how much or how many claims are made by a date certain. And I think that's important. It'll give us some, what we've heard over and over through CARES Act fund relief for businesses is that they've been oversubscribed or they've had to use a lottery. Here we're talking in a bit more certainty. So I still think it gets to the intent of where I'm driving at, which is to address some of these concerns we've heard about the previous grant programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-1. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I'm going to vote for this, though the mechanics of it went from bad to worse, except for amendment number 1. And I usually dwell on that stuff, but you know, I think for businesses that were closed down, it's just one other nod to say, yeah, that really stinks. And this has become actually, I think, significantly more advantageous compared to its original form, well, depending on what we do. So I will support it, but it's complicated. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to share that, you know, I certainly, as I think all of my colleagues do, recognize the need and that we need to get money to the businesses and the different people and areas within our city that need it most. And I'm certainly in favor of that and want to do that as much as we can. I also want to be responsible with you know, how we manage our money and how we communicate to the citizens of Anchorage. And I come back to, if we have the money, then let's quickly develop a plan to get it out to the people who need it most. Based on this, we don't have the money. There's no money associated with this. This is a plan to distribute money without money. And so I'm not going to be in favor of this. I am going to quickly be in favor as soon as we establish a source of funds to develop a plan to get it out. And I think that we could do that quickly. I don't think developing a plan to get money out before you have money is responsible, and I think that it creates confusion. So I will be voting against this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, like Ms. Mr. Weddleton, I do think that we've made this a little more difficult than we really needed to. It really kind of started out as a very simple idea of alleviating the tax burden on those that lost so much in their inventory or their ability to move or sell it when we were initially shut down. Doesn't even include the most recent shutdown and the impacts that might be having. And I also agree, Mr. Perez-Verdia is correct. We don't have the funds that we basically can tell people right now that they can actually take advantage of this. So I think that's very unfair, and that certainly wasn't my original intent on how to use this particular ordinance for tax relief. But I know Ms. Zolotel has worked quite hard in trying to figure out how we do something that at least gets our foot in the door. And for me, that's what this is. It's definitely ready to go. It gives people the opportunity to talk about how much they think they ought to be able to get in this tax relief when they begin to file their tax amount. So I hope that we will figure out exactly how to get this funded when we do have other funds coming. So I'll support it. It's definitely better than a no vote for nothing, on nothing. And so, as flawed as it is, I hope that it will actually end up being something that really does help alleviate some of the tax burden in this community. So I'll be a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Before we move on to our new public hearing items, I'd like to see if we can get two motions out of the way. First is a motion to extend to midnight.
Move to extend.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Let's go ahead and have folks vote on this one. So members may proceed to vote.
Just a second. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0. Excuse me. That motion is approved 10-0. The next motion, so for the remaining items we have on our agenda, the 14 items, none of them need to pass tonight, but the administration would appreciate if we could try and pass items 14C and D tonight. So I would like to entertain a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 14C and D before 14A. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Okay, the order, that passes 10-0. The order of the day has been changed. So for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. Please give your name at the start of your testimony. You have 3 minutes to testify. Your comments must remain on the topic of the matter before us, and personal attacks are not appropriate. I may interrupt you if you do not follow these rules for testimony. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid coughing or other disruptions during public testimony. Last, questions asked in your testimony may be addressed during deliberation. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. With that, we now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-401, a resolution approving proposed revisions to the Anchorage water utility tariff for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Public testimony is open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Next, we have item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-124, an ordinance approving proposed rate increases by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. And for folks on the phone, if you could please make sure that you are muted and getting a little bit of feedback noise here. Thanks.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Assembly. And hopefully the mayor's listening too. Sorry that she had developed COVID. It just goes to show that masks don't really work all the time. Anyway, regarding ordinance AO 2020-124.
Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. William Topel, T-O-P-E-L. Okay, at this time, with our economic circumstances, I'm not in favor of any rate increases by a city-owned utility on businesses or individuals. So I recommend this body not vote to approve any rate increases because of the economic circumstances that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Next, we have item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-318, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to adopt an affirmative action plan for the municipality of Anchorage. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Hello, I talked to you already tonight, Brian Feltz. Guys, I just heard you talk for 20 minutes about fake hypothetical money, right? And then, like, this is one of the things that I see that would obviously grow. You need to hire people and whatnot, and I get it. But, like, again, make some hard, bold decisions, cut something right now, shoot it down, so it's not talking about interference with that hypothetical money that Mr. Constance said could be put back on the taxpayers. This is something that we don't necessarily need based on all the current laws and regulations that we have. So please vote this down and focus more on putting the Band-Aid on our shotgun wound that we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Dustin Sherman, and I would like to echo the last person who gave testimony. One of the things that you guys could cut is the new code enforcers. $60,000 a year for 3 people. Not real sure we need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I have a comment, then I have a question. So for someone in administration, so why are we doing this? I mean, what's the purpose of the report and who's it for? Well, let me fill in the blanks.
Well,
did I not speak clearly?
He left.
Oh, they all left?
Well, he did.
Well, there are more folks on the phone. Who from the administration would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair, could Assemblymember Weddleton repeat the question? If my phone was breaking up a little bit and I didn't quite hear the question.
No, you're asking me to mumble louder. I'd be happy to.
Jason, I'm on the phone.
I just want to flesh this out a little bit. So what is the purpose of this document? Who's it for? Why do we need it?
And I believe Cheryl Evans is on the phone, I think, or Ron.
I am.
Okay.
I am. Through the chair, Member Weddleton, this is Cheryl Evans. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the municipality. We are federally mandated to have affirmative action plans in place because we do receive funds from the federal government. And so this is something that actually we need to have in place in order to be compliant. So this is something you will be seeing regularly from year to year. And it is it's something we must do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. And this plan doesn't create any positions, does it?
Oh, not at all. This is a reporting structure to tell us how we're doing with regard to our hiring for groups that are in underutilized folks, gender, whatever. It looks at our demographics of the state and our local area.
Right.
And it designates how many people, it looks at how many people are in certain job occupations, and we find out how well we're doing in our hiring and if we're being fair and doing things correctly.
One last question for me. You mentioned federal law requires, but according to the resolution as it sits in our packet, there's also a municipal code cited 3.100.020B. So isn't it also a requirement of the municipal code that we do this?
It is, and those two things are tied inextricably together.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I thought about requesting a postponement on this item, but from what I understand, we are several years behind on meeting this federal requirement. So let's get caught up, but I think we should flag this as something that really we should come back to when the Chief Equity Officer gets on board. I think there's some real work that needs to get done here, and I think this plan really only scratches the surface. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we could reiterate to the public there's no fiscal cost to this based on it's a requirement from the state and from the federal government.
Thank you.
There is a very small cost in creating this, like $700 a year. So
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your comment about maybe delving into this a little bit deeper when we get time and get past this kind of need to hurry up and get this particular plan in. But I was looking over the executive summary, and maybe somebody can explain this to me in terms of what this data and these charts in the executive summary actually tell us, because what I'm looking at is a lot of zeros and a lot of not applicable. So when I look through it, it kind of tells me that there are no particular goals that we're trying to meet in hiring minorities, or there are no statistics that are considered statistically significant in terms of our hiring rate for minorities. And I just wonder, so what is this graph really telling me? That we don't have any issues with hiring different ethnic groups that are not well represented within the municipality? I mean, does that mean we're all okay here? Or?
Through the chair, Member Kennedy, Cheryl Evans again, Director of Human Resources. Yes, that is what it's telling you. We're doing pretty good in our hiring. If you see numbers that are outside of the that have some significance, those are areas that we would focus on and try and look to targeted recruitments in those areas. Right now, we're in actually pretty good shape. And so just as a sidebar comment, but something that is relevant here, you are getting this report in December, and you will be looking at another one for 2020, probably sometime in February. So this one was slowed down from the COVID and all of the things associated with that to getting it in front of you. We will be having an entirely different look at numbers, probably certainly within Q1. And so it will be very interesting, I think, to look at the comparison.
Okay, thank you. And do we share this information with any of the minority groups, minority advocacy groups in the community? Thank you.
Usually it's just an internal working document where we know what we need to be doing and the direction that we need to take. You know, we do have things that could happen, such as an audit to see how we're doing and whether we're doing things correctly. And so it is in our best interest to make sure that we do track with these numbers and make sure that we take them seriously.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Ms. Evans, I have a question for you. So we were just talking about, the chair had brought up an equity officer, and we're talking about only employment within the municipality. Am I correct on that? I just need a simple, because I have another question for a follow-up.
So if what you mean is the affirmative action plan that sits in front of you right now is looking only at our hiring practices within the municipality, the answer is yes.
Does that go the same for our equity what did you call it, Chair Rivera, equity?
Chief Equity Officer.
Is that only for the municipality too?
I have not seen the position description for that position yet, so I'm hesitant to respond. Jason might be able to speak to that.
Through the chair, this is Kate Vogel, municipal attorney. If I could offer some comments on that.
Please.
Sure. So the chief equity officer is to address equity issues within the municipality. And one way that I think that interacts with the plan in front of us is the federal government asks us to evaluate how many people we have employed that are from underrepresented groups relative to the amount of people in those underrepresented groups who are in the occupation in Anchorage. So that's, you know, it's sometimes easier to pass that bar because we simply don't have those people in the occupation within Anchorage. But the fact that we don't have good representation in the occupation is sort of the bigger picture question. And that's something that the chief equity officer might want to look into. But it's not something that this report asks us to consider or grades us down for. So within the legal profession, I can think of a good example, which is the legal profession here. Our legal profession doesn't represent the demographics of our community, and it's really disappointing. And we would pass with flying colors that we are hiring, you know, representative for the Alaska bar, you know, who are attorneys within Alaska, but really only because there isn't a significant minority pool for us to be pulling from. So in our hiring decisions, we're not making racially biased decisions. But there should be more that we are doing for our young people who are in underrepresented communities to encourage them to pursue the law as a career. So that bigger picture is something that the chief equity officer might want to consider and help Anchorage tackle, whereas this plan is just going to grade us against the occupation within Anchorage.
Chief, can I just do, or Chair, can I do a quick follow-up?
Sure.
So my question is, this is interesting to me. And the reason why is because I'm Hispanic. I'm first generation. My mother and my father, they were born in another country, Chile. And so my question to you would be, are you saying that, and this is to Mrs. Vogel, are you saying that we're pushing for minorities, but do we have enough that are even qualified? And are we discriminating based on skin color to push them through versus white people?
I'm not sure that I entirely understand that the question. So this is the plan itself is asking, what does our hiring look like compared to the pool of applicants? So it's a tool to detect bias. If we have a very diverse pool of applicants, but somehow have managed to only hire white and male applicants, that is something that the federal government wants us to know and study and realize that we're not hitting the goals embedded within the plan. Whereas sort of on the broader question of what does the chief equity officer do, that is a position which might want to look community-wide and see if certain communities are being shut out of careers. And, so I mentioned the career of being an attorney, and you're right, me as the municipal attorney, when I'm looking to hire an attorney, I need to be choosing from people who have a bar license, right? So I can't choose someone who didn't go to law school. It's a very hard thing for me to change at that moment in hiring. But if we're looking earlier in the process, again, that's not exactly reflected in this plan, but in our move towards the chief equity officer, then we can start thinking about ways to serve our community, let young people know about the opportunities that exist and are out there. And obviously, talking about representation of minorities and women in fields is important, in a lot of facets within the municipality. One that has also come to mind as in terms of being talked about a lot is wanting our police force to be, representative of the community. And so that's something that we get a lot of community feedback about. And so this shows us how are we doing compared to the community and the current pool that we have, but there is still room for the broader questions about what can we do to encourage people to choose careers.
Thank you. And Chair, just one last comment, please. I just want to make sure that what we do and what we move forward to as administration and also as assembly members up here is that we don't discriminate against one skin color. When I say against one skin color, I'm talking white. And the reason I'm saying that is because I want the best person for the job. I don't care if they're male, they're female, they're black, white, Hispanic. I just want to make sure that we actually, because they're protected federally. So I just want to make sure that everybody who's hired is hired based on qualifications, not skin color or gender. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14B, ordinance number AO 2020-121, an ordinance amending Municipal Code Chapter 3.20 relating to the organization of the executive branch to change the reporting structure of the payroll division and the municipal cemetery. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-125, an ordinance authorizing a one-year lease extension with 4 one-year options between the municipality of Anchorage and the State of Alaska for premises located in the Boney Courthouse, 303 K Street, for the Anchorage Police Department Warrants Office. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14F, ordinance number AO 2020-114, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 40.6 acres from CEPCD district to CER10 district for Tract A Overlook Estates Subdivision Addition 2. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14G, ordinance number AO 2020-118, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to modify fees for commercial re-roofing permits and elevator biennial inspections and to clarify language for second and subsequent re-inspection. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I want to speak this to a little bit. This is the most important thing on the agenda to some people. This is actually a product of something that we did last year, Ordinance 2019-116S, that changed some fees of development services, and there were some problems with, that was fairly broad changes. There were some problems with that, and people in a couple of industries came and had some discussions with the development services, and we discussed these a couple times at the Community Economic Development Committee. And Development Services did a really good job working with the various businesses and coming up with something that worked very well with them. So this codifies an interpretation of the second reinspection fee so that it is favorable to the businesses and just makes that more clear. It also reduced some of the elevator inspection fees, partly because the technology had changed and made the inspection times quicker. And it also made, kind of put us back where we were before with re-roofing fees, which were for smaller projects would have a charge by inspection. So it was a little bit hard for them to bid these projects because they were never sure how many inspections it would be. So this makes it essentially a fixed fee, so it's easier for them to bid and cheaper for those smaller projects. We looked at this and kind of agreed that that looked good at the July 23rd Community Economic Development Committee meeting. So I urge support for it, and I thank the department for their really good work on this.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo Mr. Weddleton's comments and commend him and others on the committee for their thoughtful questions and work on this, but also echo him in particular regarding the department. This is something that, especially the roofing fees, some of those had become, maybe astronomical is the wrong word, but very burdensome for industry. And we, I think, on this assembly have committed to affordable housing and also affordable construction more generally, and are looking for places where we can stimulate construction and get out of construction industry's way to a certain degree, but not break the bank. You know, we want our permitting department to be basically self-funding. They often aren't. I think some folks think they turn a profit, but they usually don't. But this is a good compromise. And so I commend the folks in industry that came to us and worked with the department and led us here. And of course, I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14H, ordinance number AO 2020-116, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, at the election to be held in the municipality on April 6, 2021. The question of whether to approve a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the costs of leasing for the Anchorage Police Department body-worn camera, in-car cameras, digital evidence management, computer-aided dispatch, and record management systems, and related technologies and systems.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'm going to start with folks on the phone. First, we have Ms. Celeste Hodge Groudon. Hi, Ms. Hodge Groudon. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 14H, AO 2020-116. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair, Assembly members, hello. My name is Celeste Hodge Groudon, and I'm the President and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. First, I want to thank you for your work and for another opportunity to speak on the subject of body cameras. As you know, the Alaska Black Caucus advocates for the rights of people of color in the areas of health, education, economics, and in this case, justice. We have been on the front line speaking in support of body cameras because we know it will bring about much needed transparency and accountability. And it is a tool in our overall goal of combating systemic racism. However, I must say, I'm highly disappointed that in this case, instead of being trustees elected to look after the public's business, consistent with an oath of office that is founded on a state constitution that clearly emphasized equity across a state with a history of racial discrimination, this action appears to be one of retreating to try and hide behind a let the voters decide and put a price tag on it wall. Anchorage is already suffering municipal bond fatigue given the state of our economy and can't afford an increase to their property taxes. Putting this on the ballot looks like a not so subtle way to make it harder to make meaningful progress without constantly calling on the advocates for justice to mount public campaigns in favor of raising taxes to pay for relatively modest investments to bring justice to communities which continue to experience systemic discrimination. The Alaska Constitution prohibits dedicated funds, a wise policy choice to try and avoid the politics of division that arises from a system of dedicated funds which allows those who took the gold pile first to hoard their gold and force those who came second to have to jump over more hurdles to get a nickel for their new program. The investments in question are looking to follow through on the promise of justice for all. Do we really believe that our political discourse in favor of justice for all will be enhanced by requiring public votes on taxes to support technology to enhance transparency and justice for all? It seems like we are allowing the cement of injustice to harden and be maintained within existing budgets while we continue to place extra hurdles in the way of raising funds for new systems to enable justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Eugene Carl Haberman.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Haberman. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14H, ordinance 2020-116. You have 3
Yeah, are you
minutes.
going to have a continued public hearing on this, or is it just going to be one public hearing?
You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Are you going to have continued public hearing on this?
We are having a public hearing on this, yes.
No, I said, are you going to continue, because then it could be a question whether I want to speak tonight or later.
That is up to the body. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, fine. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. First of all, I find it despicable that 11 o'clock in the evening on such an important issue, that's when you're going to be calling people or having people testify on such an item, dealing with body cameras for the police, and not only that, taking it to the voters. And I agree with the previous speaker, this is a delay tactic that is only that should have been taken care of a long time ago and not delayed. I'm also concerned about a section in there, if I recall, that once the voters approve this amount, then you don't have to go back to the voters but you can levy a tax on additional costs when you have to, what we call, repair the product or get new equipment and so forth for the same purpose. So that one should raise a flag to the voters. If you mean, okay, you don't have to come back to us. So, I mean, with all due respect, this has been a delay tactic, and this is not the way to go. But let's look at the frankness about transparency. Okay, do you have on the website policy and procedures for the police department? We were promised that. It used to be there, was taken down, and was promised, I believe, like with September, would be put back up there. Is that back up there? I mean, you don't need taxpayer money to do that. Okay. Also, what about these tapes, these recordings? When are they going to be destroyed? Or are they going to be kept in archives, because there's an archive scenario, and let alone so that if we go back years later and look at those tapes, the public will be able to review scenarios dealing with the police officers. And there's been problems before. So here we go again. I would not, and also don't forget, you're very close to a narrow window when you have to file something to take it to the voters. You know, elections in April, and this is the month of December. You're really going very close to that scenario, and that's showing like, wait, maybe we shouldn't have had the public have too much of a conversation on this issue. And the second thing is, note the party who was delaying this scenario, APD, chief, when this issue was brought up before. So, yes, now they've packaged it with a lot of equipment, and you need all that equipment and all that kind of cost and all that kind of delay. And I'll tell you one thing. This type of delay is not warranted. It reminds you of the protests that go across the country on concerns about the police, and this is not making the conversation any better in showing that you really care and be transparent, but you go to the voters saying, oh, pay for this, we want you to prove it. This is not the way to go. And why is this one going to voters and many other things you don't go to the voters? And my time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. That completes our phone list. Welcome.
Good evening. Brian Feltz. Again, I don't agree with the way you guys are proposing that we fund this. I wholeheartedly agree with Fidelity, though. I wholeheartedly agree with officers. I've talked to off-duty officers. They have personally procured voice-activated recorders for contacts with people. I don't think that provides a whole picture. I know that they go back and review things and refresh. So I completely believe in fidelity to the public and for taking care of the officers, holding them accountable for wrongdoing or doing the right thing, so we can provide those feel-good moments as well, right? But a tax levy for us, when I think we should be pursuing other things, especially after the subjects that were on the agenda tonight, I think we could pursue federal funding, if possible, through a grant. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening again, William Topel, T-O-P-E-L. Now, my main concern with this proposed ordinance, it's a line, it's a clause, a phrase in both the original written version as well as the substitute version. So I'm asking anybody on this assembly who's moved this, which should be Assemblies Dunbar, Zalatel, and Weddleton, and even the acting mayor if she's listening, what do you mean by reducing voter authorization in 2016 to incur general obligation debt for the emergency 911, CAD, and RMS systems? For clarification for the people of Anchorage, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Dustin Sherman. Well, I do support body cameras and a lot of the other electronics that would actually aid APD in their jobs. I don't think that using a tax levy to get it is the right way. I think basically hitting the people up to pay for this is when there's been so much money spent in the last year or two, actually especially this year with the COVID relief money and stuff like that. You know, the feds should be paying for this. I think that's something that needs to happen. I don't think that the people need to be paying for it. And again, I do support body cameras, as I've known plenty of police officers that have been exonerated for things that they've been accused of. So I do agree with that, but I think that purchasing them this way is just not in poor taste. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir, from Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
So, Mr. Sherman, so this would just put it to the vote, so people would be able to decide. I mean, we're not deciding tonight that this tax, we can't do it that way. It has to go to a vote. So this is broad ranging and beyond body cams, this proposal, but I mean, do you think it's wrong to let people decide?
Well, I just think it's, like you said, it's very broad. I mean, I think that, I'll give you an example. I mean, this year, you know, my taxes didn't go down and I'm still stuck paying my mortgage and I'm out of a job. You know, I mean, I mean, if the people end up voting for it, then I'll go with the vote. But if it ends up being, you know, a bunch of people sitting here deciding on what we're going to do with our money and us getting taxed for it, I don't think that that's right. I just don't. Maybe I misunderstand it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
S version.
Or second, Zalatel, S version.
Thank you. So moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I want to catch one thing that I'm not sure what, I might have misunderstood Ms. Groudon, but I think she made a comment that Alaska Constitution prohibits dedicated funds. That's for the state. Most of the money that the city collects is specifically dedicated to something. We're a conglomeration of service areas, and that's how we work. So we absolutely positively can dedicate funds to a certain thing. And I think that another question was, how does this decrease our obligated debt? And it's because we have some money in a previous approved bond that would go to some of the items on this. And should this pass, a long-term lease instead of paying through a bond, then that bond money would be kind of withdrawn. We would not use that bond money. Anyway, so, you know, and I think for people listening, this is kind of tagged as a body camera ordinance, and it really isn't. This is police technology, including body cameras. And it's broad-ranging things that they use. It's for their dispatch system and so on, record management system. And these are things that we typically bond for the police. But the paradigm has changed, so instead of selling stuff, the people who provide this now prefer to do it as a lease. And I think those of you who've been using computers for decades used to buy a CD and you would load Windows or Excel or whatever on your computer. Now you get Office 365 and it's on the cloud and you kind of pay so much every year for it. And that's what's changing. And we did this with the police this year on the ballot, I'm sorry, with the fire department, passed on the ballot. Actually, it was cheaper. And this does something similar for the police, so I probably shouldn't be preaching, but this is somewhat complicated as we got into it. It got convoluted. But I do support it. I think we'll get good technology cheaper than we would through the bonds. And also we have the issue of body cameras. But this is not us approving a tax. This just says this will go to you to decide in April.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So I actually agree with the public. I agree with Ms. Hodges, and I agree with the persons that testified today, and here are some of the reasons why. Although I do support the APD, I do support first responders, we have the alcohol tax. We passed this last year for the second chance, or second try. Why are we not using the alcohol tax? Well, I'm going to come from the point because we didn't use it wisely the first time. So in order to, what the alcohol tax was originally used, or supposed to be used for, is the homeless, domestic violence, first responders, meaning our APD, and here we are today, saying, you know what, none of that matters. We're going to be irresponsible with the money, and we're just going to send this out to the public. We're going to have a bond out there, and we want this to be taxed to them even more. We are actually in an economic downfall. Like, I've repeated this over and over, and I just don't understand how we can sit here as assembly members and say, you know what, we're going to bond. We're going to tax you some more. We're going to let you vote on being taxed more. We are so irresponsible that we can't even manage the alcohol tax that was meant for this. So guess what's going to happen? We aren't going to be able to manage the bond. And somehow something's going to get switched around, and all of a sudden we're going to find it's not just going to body cams. It's going to go to the libraries because we say, or not me personally, but they say, if we don't have educated 4-year-olds, they're going to land up in prison. Let's focus on what we have today. Let's stop spending money. Let's stop putting the burden on the taxpayers. Let's use the alcohol tax the way it was supposed to be used and stop doing wrong to our community. I'm asking everybody to vote no on this, and I hope that we have our eyes open. I spoke to the chief of police about this. I know they want body cams. Every single police officer says, I want them. Because I know and I believe they are so well trained that the body cam is actually going to protect the APD. I do. I believe that. I also believe that it would protect the APD against lawsuits, which this would absolutely pay for itself. But I don't think it should be the burden of the taxpayers. I think it should go back onto the alcohol tax. We need to move some money around and figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton covered quite a few of the points I wanted to cover, particularly, but I do want to emphasize the idea of a lease so that we can stay up with the latest technology, and that's what's authorized in this tax levy. Also, I wanted to highlight it's a not to exceed amount, which I think is important. So one, if we get a better deal on a lease, we don't have to tax all the way to the amount authorized. And the last point I guess I would make is this is part of a package of technology that all works together. It's a really important technology for the police department that some of it has been put off for many years due to just technology issues always seem to be those that kind of snowball. So this really is bringing APD into 2021 with the right tool, this leasing system, to really have technology that's responsive, adaptive, and can keep with the times. I hear the want for body-worn cameras now. Nothing in this proposition would preclude APD from seeking a grant and utilizing those funds, if received, to move forward with body-worn cameras faster, or in addition to, we just wouldn't tax up to, the amount authorized. And I think I don't know enough about the difference between simply authorizing the funds through the alcohol tax versus this tax levy as to how it would interplay with this other technology that AP is seeking, and how a lease under the alcohol tax would work. I think it raises some interesting questions, but those questions weren't addressed because an amendment to bring body-worn cameras was not brought by a member to be considered in the alcohol tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I think is important to remember is that leasing does not have to be a project or a program that comes from a bond or a new tax levy. Leasing can be done through any kind of funding source. So I don't want people to get caught up in this idea that we have to have a new tax levy proposition on the ballot in order to lease these kinds of equipment. You know, we know that's a successful idea in terms of leasing, but really the question comes down to how we fund this. I think Ms. Hodge-Groudon's point about it seems like we're kind of avoiding the question, putting the burden on taxpayers. The timing for that, I think, is awful. I mean, we just got through talking about all the needs we have in the community and what's happening to our economy. So I certainly think adding a new tax revenue increase onto the public is ill-advised. We're just now implementing the alcohol tax. I mean, this was obviously approved last year, but it's not even going to start bringing in any revenue until next year, until February. So I think the idea of having asked the people to approve a new tax one year and then turning it right around and doing it again the next year is really sending the wrong message. It's all about raising taxes, and that's just too much. And you figure in with that as well the idea that the tax cap allows us to increase our revenues and taxing authority every year. So there'll even be, just because of valuations of property and the automatic increases that go with the tax cap, we're going to be taking in more revenue just based on that. So I think what we ought to do is step back a little bit. I think we need to look at that $1 million that is already authorized by the taxpayers. We don't really necessarily need to be confusing them on the idea of reducing the previously approved bonds. There was a question about that, you know, what does that mean? And of course, to kind of answer that question, it means that that's a portion of the bond that's been authorized by taxpayers that we will not actually sell, and it will not become a debt to the taxpayers to have to repay. But given that it has been approved, and I think it would make more sense to me that we begin to use that money, start to build a program, reassess what we know is happening with the alcohol tax, and potentially reallocate that for the following year so that the alcohol tax actually does fund this lease in 2022. Again, additionally, there will be automatic increases to the revenues collected for the municipality just by virtue of what the tax cap does. So we could really be looking at a lot of sources that we already have available to us. I would rather take the time to do that and to make sure that we are actually using everything that's available to us, not just coming up with the idea of having a whole new tax that we're requiring of taxpayers, especially given COVID and what's happening to our economy at this time. So with that said, I think we have time to think about this. We don't have to have a decision made on this anyway until next month. So I would move to postpone this until, let's see, what's the latest date? I'm going to look at a calendar here real quick and see what date. 26th. So, I heard January 25th, but I want to make sure that there is a specific date that we have by which some of these, January 26th is the last in the month, but there is a specific date by which we have to have all ballot measures in.
And I believe that is the date, but can someone from the administration confirm, please?
And just for the record, this is Perez Verdia, second.
I clarified with Dean via text because he doesn't. I don't think he has a signer here.
Thank you. So is that the motion that you're making, Ms. Kennedy?
So it is the 26th. I'm just hearing things for secondhand here.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, yes. I move to postpone till January 26th.
Second.
And seconded by Ms. Allard. So I'll go ahead and go through the queue and let me know if you want to stay in the queue to speak to this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, so short response to this, I will be voting no on this motion to postpone. I think we have a package here before us that makes sense, and I will speak more about my support for the package once we hopefully vote down this motion to postpone. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak to this motion?
I'll speak briefly to it, but I'd like to be kept in the queue for discussion on the main motion if we get back to it.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, I also oppose this. I don't think postponing something for the sake of postponing it is very useful. The end of January tends to get very busy. We had a work session on this, or perhaps it was part of the another committee meeting, but I remember a fairly detailed presentation from the chief of police on this, and of course the chief of the police department is supporting this. I agree with the chair. I think that we have a good package here before us now, and we should vote tonight. So I'll be opposing the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard, did you want to speak to the motion?
I do, and I understand what Mr. Dunbar is saying, and I think the motion to postpone just to postpone isn't adequate enough. So I want to say that the reason I'm agreeing with the motion to postpone is because I would like to put an AO to use the alcohol tax, thank you, Ms. Alatel, or look at a way to pull it from our budget. I also spoke to the chief of police today. I understand the importance of doing this, but I also understand that his main goal is to make sure they have the equipment, not necessarily to save the fiscal dollars to do so. So I would really like to postpone so we can come up with an avenue to use different dollars. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I think it's an easy solution. And if for some reason that vote comes up, nothing passes, then here we are again today putting it forward to the public. It's not going to waste any time, and it's not going to change anything. And actually, I'm just asking courtesy from the Assembly to let us figure out another way we can fund it. And if we can't, then we can't.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just on the motion to postpone, I would also like to speak to the main motion if we get to that. I'm actually in favor of postponing. I think I've had conversations with the chief of police. I was there during the presentation. I agree with how important this is. But, you know, really the conversation that's happened over the course of this meeting and the last two meetings in terms of the burden that our citizens are feeling as a result to everything that's going on in our world, I think it's worth spending just a little more time looking at other ways of funding this. So I'm going to be in favor of a motion to postpone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, actually. If someone would remind me, if another Assembly person were to come up with an alternative way to fund this before, you know, the deadline of the bond, say this was passed tonight, would is there an obligation once this is passed to put it on the bond? I know that if something passes, if a bond passes, we, you know, don't necessarily need to take out the funds. So my question is, if this were to pass tonight and someone were to come up with another funding mechanism, could it just be removed from the ballot? Thanks.
Thank you. Who from the administration could speak to that? Who from the administration could speak to that question? Do you need the question repeated?
Chair Rivera, go ahead, Jason. Well, through the chair, Assemblymember Rivera, I might ask either Ms. Vogel or even Dean Gates on what the process would be if something is approved for the ballot and then ultimately wants to be taken down before the deadline. I'm not 100% sure on what the procedure on that would be.
Ms. Vogel, would you want to speak to it?
Through the chair, this is Kate Vogel, municipal attorney, and I also sort of don't know off the top of my head if there's a process for removing something from the ballot once it's been approved to be on the ballot. I'm not aware of what that process is, so if Mr. Gates is available to answer, I'm interested. I have not researched that or thought about it.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, are you able to answer?
Yes, I'm actually not really clear on the exact scenario here. Do you mean if an ordinance like this is approved and then for the ballots are processed or removed from the ballot by some process?
Yeah, so the question from Ms. LaFrance is, if, for example, if this is approved tonight and we vote to put it on the ballot, and if before January 26th, an assembly member brings an ordinance to fund this in a different way rather than putting it on the ballot, is there a mechanism to take the ballot proposition off of the ballot?
I think, and just thinking off the cuff here, that theoretically you could pass another ordinance that just repeals this one, but you need to do that before January 26th. And January 26th is the deadline to pass propositions to put on the ballot. So, you know, if you pass it tonight, just do that before the 26th, so it's off. That's the cutoff date for anything else to go in its place. So, I don't know, that seems a little inefficient as opposed to postponing to the 26th and deciding by then.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Ms. LaFrance?
Not quite, or I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean it can just be pulled off before then with another ordinance?
Yes, that is what Mr. Gates was describing. An ordinance that would basically repeal the ordinance we are considering right now.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, members may proceed to vote.
Chair, I'm in queue. Can I just say one more comment? I'm in queue.
You already spoke, but go ahead.
Thank you. And again, I just want to emphasize that it still has to go to the voters whether we vote or not. So if the Assembly could please just give us an opportunity to see if we can have other funds. It doesn't hurt anything because it's still not going to be put forward until after the 26th anyways. We have a deadline. We'll meet the deadline. If we can't do it, we just can't do it. But please just support this so we could try to come up with a different means. Thank you.
With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That motion is approved 6-4. So that'll be back before us on January 26th. With that, we next have item 14I, ordinance number AO 2020-126, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Bear Valley Limited Road Service area and Blueberry Estates subdivision, Lot 1, Lot 6, Lot 7, Lot 8, Lot 9, and Tract 1 at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021. A ballot proposition to annex Blueberry Estates subdivision, Lot 1, Lot 6, Lot 7, Lot 8, Lot 9, and Tract 1 to the Bear Valley LURSA. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. That completes our regular agenda. We're now on final audience participation. I'm going to go through the priority final audience participation list. I'm going to start with Tim Kowal. Is Mr. Kowal here in person? Okay, great. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, maybe read like 3 names so they can get in queue.
Sure. So after Mr. Kowal, we have Ken Rex. Is Mr. Rex here in person? Okay. And then after Mr. Rex, I have Amber Glasser. Is Ms. Glasser here in person? Okay. So I have Tim Kowal, Ms. Glasser, and then Mr. Sherman. Welcome.
My name is Tim Cole. I'm an Anchorage resident for 16 years and small business owner. You say that the main reason for this latest emergency order is because our hospitals are being overrun and the case numbers are growing rapidly. I want to bring to your attention some of the latest reports and scientific findings. Earlier this month in Portugal, a high court ruled against a governmental health authority and found that the PCR test is fundamentally flawed, unreliable, and the probability of receiving a false positive is 97% or higher. On November 27th, a group of 22 international experts from Europe, the USA, and Japan compromised a report that found 10 major flaws in the main protocol for the PCR test. The group, made up of senior molecular geneticists, biochemists, immunologists, and microbiologists, found that the test is nonspecific, enormously variable, and cannot discriminate between the whole virus and viral fragments due to the high cycle threshold. Laboratories in the U.S. and around the world have been running this high TC up to 35 and 40 cycles, which is causing a large number of false positives. Carrie Mullis, the inventor of the PCR test, said in a video interview, and I quote, "With the PCR test, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody because you can amplify one single molecule up to something that you can measure. And there is very few molecules that you don't have at least one single one of them in your body," end quote. Now, for the first time, a U.S. state, Florida, will require disclosure of PCR cycle threshold data in COVID tests. I don't wonder why. There are 4 different coronaviruses out there, and the test we are using can pick up a molecule that you've had in your body for years. There have been no more overall deaths this year than previous years, going back to 2014. The CDC's own statistics show that only 6% of the 236,000 U.S. deaths have been attributed solely to COVID-19. All the rest have had underlying health conditions and comorbidities, and this virus has over a 99% survival rate. I'm not saying the virus doesn't exist and that there are not large numbers of people in the hospitals, but this virus is showing to be no more dangerous than influenza. Based on the evidence shown, it is possible that the number of people testing positive for COVID-19 is highly inaccurate. It is irresponsible for the media to perpetrate panic without going over absolutely all of the statistics and studies that are available regarding this sensitive topic. The panic that has been created by false science is not nearly as detrimental as a government body such as yourselves making policy decisions based on it. So just like in a court of law, if you're going to make a claim that we are in an emergency, then the burden of proof is on you. I'm not seeing it. In fact, I'm seeing evidence to the contrary and that we do not need to be in this emergency order. So I just ask you to stop for 1 second and think, if what myself and many other people are saying is true and these facts are irrefutable, are you going to be responsible for the destruction of our local economy and continue to tell all of those cooks, servers, restaurant owners, and bowling alley attendants that they are non-essential? I suggest you think carefully about the decisions that you make that affect thousands and thousands of people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Okay, so I think folks can hear us again. So for folks on the phone, please make sure to mute yourselves. We're getting some background noise. Thanks. Welcome. Ms. Glasser.
All right, am I all lit up? Yellow button. Hello everyone, my name is Amber Glasser, GLA-SSER. I've been an Anchorage resident for 19 years. I've been working in restaurants since the age of 15. Please feel free to ask me what my credentials are. As we travel through this 9 months together, I'm truly devastated by the decisions that you're making for us. Not every restaurant, bar, and small business can survive these shutdowns. This is worse than the virus. Restaurants, bars, and small businesses, the gyms that you're talking about, these are people, our people, and they are completely losing hope. We have to help them. I'm asking the Assembly to evaluate things on a daily basis and consider getting things open much sooner than the end of the month. You know it's possible, and I expect you to do it. The fact that our acting mayor had to get tested 3 times for a positive worries me. She still got it, and we know she's following all of the mandates and not going anywhere other than stores. That makes me believe the most likely place to get it is the store. I've seen them completely over capacity with packed parking lots. I have a friend that works in a small family medical practice. She has seen 3 patients experience false positives in just the last month. I've also heard from slope workers that tested positive. They had mild symptoms, so they get tested 3 or 4 times until it's negative so they can go back to work. But each time they test positive, it's counted as a new case, even though it's the same person, not 4 people. So how can we believe the news in your case counts? How can you expect us to continue like this when we can't trust the test? Just like the gentleman before me was speaking. I have met some amazing people in my career. Some of them are still working, trying to survive this. And I can tell you that they can't say that they don't agree with you, because then you won't buy their takeout and you will throw their restaurant or business under the bus. They can't afford to say how they truly feel because they know you'll retaliate against them. I will make it my life's work to educate people on the importance of being involved in our local government and school board. I've devoted my life to the hospitality industry, and I love and miss it very much. Looks like I'll be shifting that devotion to my city and the people in it. I remember when I had been in an argument and would have bet anything that I was right, and it turned out I was wrong. I realized that I was wrong and still kept fighting for that perspective anyway. We have all allowed our ego to take the wheel at some point. If we truly want to help, it's going to take more than shouting down at someone. The more freedom we give someone to say no to our perspective, the more likely they are to say yes. I just want to finish with this. People don't care how much we know until they know how much we care. And I'm waiting to see how much you all care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for participating. So just so folks know, we have until midnight, so we'll try to hear from as many folks as we can. Mr. Sherman is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dustin Sherman, for the record. So, you know, I since this COVID thing started happening, I've had a lot of chances to lay in bed at night and wonder what's going to happen for the future. How things are going to shape up. And now that me and my wife both have gone through COVID, she spent 6 days in the hospital, it kind of puts a lot of things in perspective for me. It is a real disease. It can be very devastating to people. In fact, I just had a friend of mine die on Saturday here in Providence. So, you know, as much as we want to protect people, I think that people still need to be able to live their lives. And one of the things that I think about is history, and I think about that a lot. I grew up in Colorado, and there was an incident back in 2004 where someone had gotten pushed to the point of desperation, and that's what I really, really worry about for Anchorage. The story that I'm going to tell you, now I'm going to tell you this, and I've spoke to an assembly member about this before. The incident that I'm talking about, they actually made a movie about. And it's the thing that I worry about is people are going to look at that and think that he's a hero. And I'm worried that someone's going to get to the point of desperation and try and do something similar. So if you've ever checked out the movie Killdozer, a man was pushed to the point where he decided he wanted to take matters into his own hands. I'm worried that's going to happen for our city. I really am. So when you push more things on us, just make sure that you understand that when somebody gets desperate, bad things can happen. And that's not a threat. I'm just trying to make sure you guys understand the history of the United States and things that's happened here. It's happened in other cities and things like that, and I don't want to see it happen in my city. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Do we have a Suzanne Grobler in the audience? Okay. Then next we have Ronald Downey and Anna. I'm not going to try to mispronounce your last name. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Anna. I would like to speak to the mask and lockdown mandates and misuse of the CARES Act funding. To start with, according to the Anchorage Charter Code 5.03c, during the emergency absence or incapacity of the mayor, the manager shall assume the powers and duties of the mayor except emergency and veto powers. Therefore, these mandates and resolutions are invalid. Regarding the technical facts, I am a microbiologist by profession, and in all my years of experience, I haven't encountered such ludicrous approach to implementing safety measures. Facts, in 2018, 1.5 million died of tuberculosis. The WHO claims that TB is the world's deadliest infectious disease. 10 million people are infected with TB every year. Over 4,000 people die of TB every day, yet the WHO and our governments have not implemented safety measures close to the level being implemented today with coronavirus. Obviously, TB is far more dangerous than COVID, yet we are taking unnecessary, over-exaggerated safety measures that are life-restricting. Research on PCR testing done by Dr. Andrew Kaufman shows that the virus has not been isolated and purified, which means the test has no value. Simply put, we don't know the actual source of the RNA fragment that is being tested, hence the countless numbers of false positive results. This virus has a 99.97% survival rate according to the CDC. We have a greater chance of being killed in a car accident than dying from this virus. Deaths and suicide rates in our communities due to isolation are on the rise. The mask mandates infringes on our rights to buy food, travel, and earn a living. Lockdowns kill families, it kills communities, it kills nations, and it kills life. Gathering limitation mandates infringes on our rights to gather, worship, and peaceably assemble. It comes down to freedom and responsibility. The answer is simple: choice. Let the people decide how they want to protect themselves. Instead of relegating authority and responsibility to others, we take responsibility for our own safety. Mask or no mask, my body, my choice. Compromise does not buy freedom. Vouchers create more dependency on our local governments instead of allowing businesses to thrive. I was not born in this country, but my parents moved us here because of a dream. America, they say, is a land of opportunity, but when people can't shop, travel, gather, and worship, it is not so much the land of the free anymore. Many people came here to speak their hearts tonight. From what I've observed, the people have spoken. There is a landslide majority of people who are against these unconstitutional mandates and resolutions. I stand alongside with them as I say, this body have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution and serve the people, not to push their own personal agenda. Right now, we are still...
Thank you. Your time is up, and unfortunately, it is now midnight, so our meeting is over.
That's it?
Yeah, it's by the charter. Our meeting is over. We turn into pumpkins at midnight.
You're going to want to hear this.